good energy into
Oui, good morning. Bonjour. Alors, let's start our third day of our national gathering. I hope you had a restful night and a good breakfast. So before I introduce our first panel this morning, I'd like to invite up to the stage Valérie Courtois for a few announcements. Valérie, s'il vous plaît, pour quelques annonces, et ensuite je vous présenterai notre prochain panel.
Merci Mélanie. Puis merci pour ton travail que tu fais pour nous comme maître de cérémonie, c'est merveilleux. I just have two asks of you that I'd like to make this morning. You'll notice on your table that we've distributed joint working group nomination forms. You'll remember yesterday, day one, I don't even know what day it is. Shauna explained that the joint working group is the body that helps advise on the investments for the Guardians. So when you have submitted your proposals to the Guardian program in order to have the funding, that there is a body that is made up of majority Indigenous representatives. In fact, there are 8 Indigenous representatives for 4 federal representatives on that body. And because the joint working group that's been there has been working hard since 2018, analyzing all those proposals. And if my math is correct, they've analyzed since that time well over 300 proposals. So we need that group to be renewed. They need some help. They need new energy. And there's a bunch of new programs in this. And we would love to have your perspective helping inform those investments. So if you look, there's a nomination form on your table. There's a QR code that helps you get to the online version of the form. Please either nominate yourself if you're interested, or people around you that you think have the profile to do that kind of work. That would be really appreciated. And I just want to really hold up, as my friend Frank says, the current members of the joint working group, the secretariat that helps support the joint working group for all your hard work in ensuring that despite the complications of the government machinery, that there are so many people in this room. It's because of you. So thank you so much. Yes. The second thing I want to ask you of is the ILI. We would like to know more about the work that you do in climate change. As you all know, the dual global crises of climate change and biodiversity loss are intimately related. And often when we meet with government officials, it's very clear to them the work that you do in terms of conservation and biodiversity work. But the work on climate change is less understood. So we've prepared a survey. And you all have on your cards a QR code that takes you to the landing page for this event. My good friend Janae, who is our social media lead, is currently loading on this page the climate change survey. And we need to know more about the work that you do related to climate change. The more that you participate to this survey, the better we will be able to advocate on your behalf for recognition of that work and hopefully more support for that work. And by the way, if you fill out the survey, we have a beautiful raffle prize that is a piece of art that is made locally by the Anishinaabe and Kitigan Zibi. It is a little bit bigger than what normal suitcases are. I don't want to fully describe it, but we will mail it to you. And I don't know, you'll see. It's well worth it, believe me. So please, please, please fill out that survey. It really helps us be able to support all the great work that you do. And thank you very much for that moment, Mélanie. And I wish you a wonderful final day here at the National Guardians Gathering.
Miigwech, thank you, Valérie. So just for an overview of our day, we'll have different discussions today, circles of discussions and sharing circles. We'll start with Guardians Healing with the Land, guérir grâce au lien avec le territoire et l'expérience des gardiens. And then we'll have a break. And after the break, this specific group will be in French. So après la pause, le groupe sera en français. Tout se déroulera en français. So if you want to pick up a headset for the French translation, this will be for the panel after our break this morning. And then cross-border collaboration, Guardians in the US and Canada, collaboration transfrontalière, les gardiens aux États-Unis, au Canada, then followed by the lunch break, la pause du midi, and we'll end our day today with 2 other panels, one on guardianship and pathway to nationhood, les programmes des gardiens comme moyen d'affirmation de la nationalité autochtone et ensuite Guardians Voices from Coast to Coast, la voix des gardiens partout au pays et closing ceremony at 3 o'clock. Nous fermerons à 15 heures avec la cérémonie de clôture. Alors, so now for our first guest, I would like to invite on stage the Honorable Ethel Blondin Andrew, also Elder Leon Andrew, Danny Yakayela from Tulita Guardians and IPCA program, Jesse Yakayela, Jasmine Plummer, Tulita Guardians and IPCA program as well, and Twyla Eji Matsuzumi, Kashko Go Teen Foundation. Please come up on stage and we'll start with a prayer with our elder, Mr. Leon Andrew.
Nakale. In my language, when we say Nakale, mean morning. When we say Nakale Gonazon, mean very good morning. My name's Leon Andrew. First of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me up here. I'm humbled. I come from central Mackenzie Mountain area in the Great Bear Lake, adjacent to Great Bear Lake. And my grandfather, there are spiritual leaders. And we have spiritual drummers, and we have, at the time, not now, but back in the 1900s, and their message is still with us. So when you talk about water, it really touches me. I believe in that. Our grandfather, from my father's side, he used to say, through my father, he tells me that our grandfather used to say, this earth has parents. So there's a female and a male. They look after that. So when I hear Mother Earth, it touches me because it's real to me. I wanted to mention that because without having any background, I don't like to say a prayer that I don't believe in. But on my mother's side, my grandfather, he talks about daily activity. He said every day you get up, you should be able to pray for yourself. The task that's in front of you, your challenges of the day, what are you trying to accomplish? So this is what the prayer is about. You're all here, you know what your tasks are. And that's for every one of us in Canada or the world. We have big challenges. That's what I believe. Sinika tinikengote. Fagot and tinikengote edegahariti. Tintanate netale degahariti. So myself, I've been praying a lot myself. In the past 5 years or more, since 1990, it's never the same. The weather, on top of that, there's other things that occur that really put a somber mood into our nation. I think it's time to pull ourselves up and be joyful again. So for that, I'll pray for you guys. Masi. Setai yake banada. Tirinaneke ajonne jabite. Tine taunete nedajinda ichila sachunko daga kirishonda. Setai yake banada dutsiniga nerike. Ayiga laita si nezombe kega lauta. It's in the zombo note. Hetchu nezona hetchini gwin with a masiga. Se taya cabinet and the zira kamontende. Se taya cabinet masi, se taya cabinet masi, se taya cabinet masi. With that, thank you so much, Masi. Mhm.
Masi Leon, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here today. Sinikolaya zia segotit anai tsuguhte. Adjunta kwisi naigara guti. We are here because of you. Na hinya naiga nek inara te galata. You are the boots on the ground. Without you, we are just a name. You make it real. So let's have a hand for the guardians. Ayuna nai tanawi gut and nai lai chu. That's the way we are supposed to be. I went around and tried to meet all of you at all the tables throughout the last 3 days. And that's how it should be. We should be connected. We should care for each other. It doesn't matter where we're from. We all have the same goal. It's about the land and the animals, the water, the people. It's the things that hold us together. And it's about our life and our caring for our people. Masi, kai zonta na tsikuta. Adjon Dennis Hedi Quila etiquette Hyla suit in Akita. Oddly enough, these 3 girls that are here were not handpicked by me, but they're all related to me. And so is Danny. Danny and I are Danny's grandmother and my dad are related. And Jasmine's grandma is my auntie. So it goes on. And Jessie is related to Danny and to me. And Twyla, I always called her my baby. She's quite the baby now. Anyways, these are people that I'm so proud of. They're beautiful, they're real, and they do the real thing. If you see them on the land, you'll know how real that picture is. And that's what we want. We want young people to replace us. I'm ever so proud of my husband. I actually was a member of parliament and I was invited to go on a trip with Steve Kakwe to the mountains. So I went and there was this handsome guy there. I saw a lot of men in my day, but never anyone quite so handsome and quite so charming. And my sister, when I came back from the bush that time, she said, "Where did you go and what did you do?" I said, "I met a guy." "You did?" I'd been alone for quite a while. And she said, "You did?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I met a guy in the mountains." And so what happened? Well, I said, he kind of won me over with moose ribs and caribou kidneys. He cooked it on the open fire. And there's nothing like caribou kidneys cooked on the open fire. Let me tell you, it's true love. Anyways, so my sister says to me, "What happened to chocolate and roses?" I said, "Oh, that's you, that's not me." Anyways, we work together, we pray together, and we've been together for 31 years. And I had always been I'd always been single in Parliament. I got there in '88, and Brian Tobin from Newfoundland used to say to me, "What's a nice woman like you doing on your own? You should have a man." I said, "I don't need a man. I can look after myself." And said, "You need that somebody special." I said, "I haven't found anyone that could satisfy me yet." So when we got married, we walked into the lobby of Parliament, and Brian Tobin comes running up in a really loud voice, and he said, "I want to meet the man that satisfied Ethel Blondin." Poor Leon. On that note, I want to introduce my friend Sheila Copps, the former Minister of the Environment and the former, Deputy Prime Minister of Canada and the Minister of Heritage. So Sheila. Sheila took me to a cumbre in Brazil. She kidnapped me, said, "Come to Brazil with me. I'm going to do an environment summit with world leaders on the environment." And of course, Al Gore was there, and him and Sheila were going on about the climate change and everything like that. Nobody wanted to listen at the time. People were very ignorant, And I said to Sheila, "I want to get my picture with Al Gore. I love his views." So she said, "Oh, you got a camera?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Give me that camera." She went over with security just swarming around us. She grabbed the vice president by the arms and stood him here and stood me there, and click, 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 she took the pictures. I still have those pictures, Sheila. Anyways, thank you for coming. And I want to also say how special it is that I met Val Courtois. Val Courtois is a very special person. She's Innu, and she does the bidding for all of us. Invite her to your community. Val, I'm getting you into trouble. She will come because she's curious. And she wants you to know that she represents each and every one of you. Miles Richardson, David Flood, Frank Brown, and who else is here? Oh, Norma Cassie. How could I forget Norma? I could never forget you, Norma. You were way ahead of us on trying to save the caribou and on the 210 lands? 1002 lands in between Alaska and Yukon, and it was quite a struggle, quite a fight. And she worked. I saw her speaking all over the world at the UN. These people are just fantastic. This is not my speech, but I'm being a politician. Sorry, I can't help myself. Anyways, let me get back to my speech. I wanted you to know who's who in the zoo and what they do. And all the staff that work for us, they are just the best. We went to COP 15, and they throw things together at them and they just handle them. I mean, they're so good. Carol Kavanagh, there's Gretchen and Steve from Neotero. I think they're here. What? IBCC, sorry. There's so many acronyms, I might forget a little bit, but whatever, they're very special people. And Michael Painter is here as well. And I wanted to also point out that we have Kathy Wilkinson, and who's the other person I'm missing? Emily. Emily, I could never forget you. You're the word woman. You're the woman that makes me sound good when I have no words. And you work really hard for all of us. So all of you, thank you. Thank you so much. Merci. I'm cutting into their time, so I'm going to cut my speech short. Leon and I are so glad to be here in Ottawa on unceded Algonquin land with all of you. It has been a year, really a few years of unprecedented challenges, both globally and personally. One theme that has emerged for me in all of this has been really a theme for my whole life, is that of well-being, personal, physical, spiritual, emotional. I've been working with leaders in the Sahtu and beyond to galvanize funding and support to address the well-being of my people in a more concerted way. Leon and I see this as a critically important part of this inspiring and growing Guardians movement and as part of Indigenous-led conservation. This belongs to the people. It does not belong to us as leaders or to business. They are a big part of that, but really it's the boots on the ground that you are that is important. Without you, we are just a name. So I want to say that how important I believe the Guardians are. These three young ladies here, and Danny who works with them, and also Alexa Scully. Those people are the ones that really count for our organization. We take care of the land and the land takes care of us. This central tenet of the Guardians and stewardship programs, coast to coast to coast, is a clarion call for Indigenous-led conservation. Care is at the heart of this principle, that we are stewards of the land and that what we do to the land, we do to ourselves. Being on the land heals us in profound ways, and this is part of that work. In my Dene homelands, we are being rocked by continuing waves of challenges on mental and physical well-being, intergenerational struggles with addiction and mental health, with complex trauma and a myriad of illnesses. We are passionate about life promotion, about the interconnected process of cultural and linguistic resurgence. They are profoundly connected to being on the land, relearning the land of our ancestors from our knowledge holders. As the land changes ever more rapidly due to climate change, so are our always dynamic cultures adapting to tools and media. We have always been innovative peoples. This is fundamental to living well in our places. Being on the land has always been our way, and it has been more important than, it has never been more important than it is right now. Long before I went to residential school, you see my family's pictures on the land. My parents raised me on the land. We traveled by dog team, by boat or on foot. I acquired a taste for country food at an early age. My parents taught me to love and respect the land, the animals, and the people. My big grandmother in that picture on the side there, she has been the most influential person in my life. I carried her everywhere I went in the world, and I carried her through my 17 years in Parliament. She gave me the gift of my language. She gave me the gift of my culture and ceremony, especially to pay the land as we take from it. This is a huge part of who I am and what I do. As a shootout in a Dene, and now I discovered at the age of 70 that my dad was a Mercury, so Ovid and I are cousins. At least we call each other that anyways. Sorry, I got lost there with Ovid. I'm not surprised that we have come to a place where we are fully engaged in a process called Indigenous-led conservation. And we're also working on Indigenous protected and conserved areas. It is who we are as Indigenous people globally, wherever we are. It is the land, the animals, and the people. We look to the earth wherever we are. While there is incredible diversity, different indigenous peoples, nations, languages, we share a powerful commonality. We center our interrelationship with the land and water. We understand our fundamental dependence upon the land, and we continue to act with this in mind. The world is catching up to us. They're getting it, and they want our water, they want our animals, and they want our land. That is a big question. We are the stewards of the remaining biodiversity on the planet. While the world's 370 million indigenous peoples make up less than 5% of the human population, we manage or hold tenure over 25% of the world's land surface, and we support about 80% of the global diversity. This is from a World Bank report in 2020. This is no surprise. It is who we are. Every single one of you, your families, all those 300 and what did I say? 70 million indigenous people, that is you. You are part of that. This brings me to the joy and inspiration at this stage of my life. At this stage in my career, I feel incredibly grateful for my work with ILI. Thank you, Val. I appreciate your leadership and all you've given us. You support us, you hold us up. Thank you. My passion is that I get to work with these people. Nobody gets a well-trained business economic development person like Danny Yakalaya. This man is good. He is so good. Give him a hand. These young women are me at their age. When I was young once too, Auntie was young. They're going somewhere. I can feel it. I feel their strength. I watched them. I watched Jessie talk when she's helping us with meetings and that. I watched Twyla on the land. She's as good as any man, maybe better. Skinning that caribou. She was wearing bling yesterday, and I thought, yeah, I've seen you with skidoo boots on too. And Jasmine, when she gets the camp ready, we have a process at home for spring camp. They chip the ice. They don't leave big pieces. Her and her mom, Laurel, they chip the ice and they make water for the camp. And then they get the wood ready. So when their family comes, they're all there now at 10 Mile and 6 Mile. And they're all there goose hunting. Jasmine was out there too, I believe, getting everything ready. But here she is. She's all blinged up and sitting there like pretty. But she was chopping and fixing and doing all that. And I just want to say some of the best times I had were traveling with Alexa and Danny and Leon on a boat last summer when we were out on the Keel River. This is where we're real. This is where we cook fish on the open fire and we just look at the land in the evening. And I gotta tell you how lucky we are. We're so lucky. All of us, we come from somewhere. We come from our land and our people. And it's something to be grateful for. Maybe that's why I'm still here. I want to tell you something. It's never been more important to be on the land. Leon and I have spent lots of time in camps and with guardians, sharing our knowledge and our language with the generation of guardians and elders. They tell us over and over again that it is the bush where they feel the most themselves, the closest to their heritage, their families and their ancestors. They feel strong and clear. It gives them hope and purpose for themselves and their young families. Our first camp was the coldest one. The first camp was Neriton. It was a tent camp in Kashagut in Elans, where Danny Masazumi is from, and where Twyla's from. It was 50 and 60 below. We were in tents, and we had what we brought with us. And it was really cold. We were there for 18 days. Thank God Leon and I spent 2 days home and then went to Hawaii. We're kind of modern guardians, I guess. The young people told us we needed to plan for annual well-being camps in the communities. And some of the photos are in there, I think. We can roll along with the photos. Yeah, there's some of they brought their drums and we had all kinds of activities. Well-being was a major theme at this camp. We had Gino Cardinal from Fort Chipewyan who came with us and who did some wellness with us. The young people told us we needed to plan for annual well-being in the communities. The second camp was Kate or Willow Flats. It was a late summer camp between the NWT and Yukon border in the heartland of the Mountain Dene. The Deshinta process took us through our governance journey from our Dene governance through treaties and now to our journey of decolonization and reconciliation. Land claims, UNDRIP, and self-government were all discussed while we practiced our traditional ways, cleaning meat and hides within view of the caribou pastures. There was an actual caribou pasture there. This is where Dave Porter's from. This is a passion of his. This is a place where he sits back and holds his big coffee and sips and knows who he is. It's awesome. Petlanejo Caribou Flats took place after that at the community high on the Begade or Keel River. It's rivers and mountains, as well as a lot of harvesting and food processing and sharing of meat as part of our commitment to food sovereignty and food security. What we do with our knives and with our hide cleaning implements is tied to our food security and our sovereignty. That's who we are. Who fed us for thousands of years? No one came to your house and fed you. You know, it's you that fed yourself. That's your food security. Give yourself a hand and your ancestors. The next one was Titsehe, Drum Lake. Drum Lake was a spiritually and culturally significant location. This was a truly special experience for all 25 of us in the camp. We all transformed. Drum Lake is a very special place that has been a retreat and a destination for hundreds, if not thousands of years. We have a beautiful video from that experience that I would like to share, shot by my dear friend Pierre Chaillon from Fort Smith. He's originally from France, but we're not proud. We'll accept them. Through each successive camp. Do we do the video now, Alexa? Okay, the video's on. Awesome. Let's see. Through each successive camp, we could see the transformation of the young people as they learned. We learned what the young people needed as they became more confident to tell us. There was a growing realization that these young people, given the proper mentorship, guidance, and resources, can take up opportunities for leadership and excellence as guardians of the land. They will be the front lines in the North addressing climate change, food sovereignty and security, and participating in diverse local economies that support local governance of lands and resources. I am so proud to be here with my Sahtu Dene relations, and I invite them to tell you a bit about the Sahtu programs in the last years in Toledo, Norman Wells, and Kashogut in the district. We are going to start with Jesse Yakalaya, Toledo IPCA and Guardian Coordinator, then her uncle, Danny Yakalaya, the genius mentor and coordinator. Then they will talk about Drum Lake, the Hyde Camp in Toledo, and the Mooskin boat. They'll have photos and videos. Then 5 minutes from Jasmine Plummer, Norman Wells Guardian and former lead of the Sahtu Youth Network. 5 to 10 minutes, Twala Edgy, Kashogut in a Guardian Coordinator. And the Healing Leadership and Collaboration in Fort Good Hope, Masi. So I invite the dream team, starting with Jesse. Oh, you want to start with Danny? Sorry. Sorry, Danny, I got it wrong, but you're always there to correct me.
One, two. Okay, thank you. Husband? No, it's fine here, more comfortable. Thanks, Ethel. One of the, as we're coming up and the lady that was at the podium that was introducing us, she said my name proper, the way that it should be said. We use Yakalaya, but the way she said it was the proper way of saying it. And part of that discovery, and Ethel helped me on this, was several years ago when she came up and said, this is how your name is supposed to be said. This is the way you say it. And that was a real realization that, you know, things go back, and as even at that age, we're still discovering stuff. And the way that it came out was just, it was really nice to hear as I was walking up. She's saying exactly the way it should be done. Ethel saying, tell me what it means. It means sings in heaven. And so that's what it means. So the camps that we're at, and I'll do 2 of them and I'll turn it over to Jessie. She was at the Moose Height camp. And so the Drum Lake camp, if we went back a couple of slides and we show us working on a map with Leon and Ethel, and Ricky was there. Some of the other elders were taking this map out and showing us the area that our ancestors lived in. We can stop, that's the Moose Height camp, that map there, that our ancestors lived in. And if we go from Toledo to the Yukon border, that's about 200 miles. If you go 50 miles one way from the Keel River as a point, and 50 miles another way, that's another point. You're talking about 20,000 square miles of land that the Shuta people lived in, and that walked in this area for thousands of years. And Drum Lake, this lake here, was probably the focal point of their the land. And so we're mapping this area out with Ethel and Leon and going, this is what these are the areas around the lake that is significant for animals, for plants, for fish, for sheep, moose. And as young people are looking at it and learning about it, we also made a larger map that went right from the Mackenzie River back to the Yukon again. And Leon and Ethel and Ricky were mapping it out and showing the trails that people walk to get to these lakes and walk to get to various areas, because they were nomadic. They walked for thousands of years in this area. And one of the pictures there we're looking at is my grandmother told me a story when she was very young that she was playing with crystals, and she wanted to carry them when they're leaving, and her dad said, no, they're, because everybody had to work and carry stuff. So she had to leave the crystals behind with her friends. She told us that story, but when Leon were doing the map and they showed this area, this is where the crystals are. The connection for me was, this is a site my grandmother talked about. This is what she meant when she told me this story. And this story is probably 120 years old, that you can make that connection at that time. Leon went there, I think it was last year, and actually got a crystal, and they're salt crystals, and he gave me some of them. And so that makes another connection. The final connection for me is actually to get to the site. And so when we're doing these things in the mountain, I personally, and I'm trying to count from stories that my grandmother told us, because she raised us a lot of areas there. I've been to probably about five of these sites now, that the connection to the land, that this is what my grandmother talked about. This is an area she stood on 100 years ago and said, this is what, and they're not very clear points. They're stories that saying this creek was white. And we actually went to the place, it's in the Moosehorn. Me, my brother Norman and Gary, and my brother Norman goes, the creek is white. Look at it. This is what Granny talked about. So we're standing in a place that she does. So these are really powerful connections that you have to the land, that your grandmother told you things, or your elders told you things, that you make that connection that closes that gap. There's a few more sites I'd like to go to in doing this. And so that was the Drum Lake. And if we continue on the Drum Lake part of it, and these maps, we made 2 of these maps, and we gave them to every participant so they can take them home and use them, look at them, show them to their parents or grandparents, and mark them up more. This is a moose that we harvest at our mascot, a young boy there, that we harvest this moose, and Ricky is making moose meat, cutting up the moose, and we had packs made for everybody who went back home, and cooking moose at the camp and fish. We're also showing the young people how to make, I wasn't, but they were showing the young people how to make a tent frame using the trees, the spruce trees, but we had lumber, but just showing how to do that. Great fishing on the lake, and actually showing them how to fillet the fish. There's 2 ways that we do it. They were showing them one way. I know another way. And again, doing hand games in the evening to pass the time, and just getting together and the camaraderie. This site is on Drum Lake, and these cabins were made by the mountain people, Shuta people, and there are 2 cabin sites in the mountains. And Drum Lake has one. Another area, what they call the Elbow, is another one. And this is a site that people used to live and work, and we're showing and we're showing the young people that we did a prayer song to remember those people, but also to talk about the people that were there. And one of the persons that lived there was Leon's grandfather, Yatsula. And Yatsula is the person that created the 52 Dene drum songs that the Toledo people sing to this day. And one of the songs that you heard in the early part was when we did the video, was one of those songs. And the other one you'll hear later on when we do the Mooskin Boat will be one of those songs. So that brings again the, looking at the land, touching the area and of the logs and going, this is where our elders lived. Because in this 20,000 square miles I talked about, people were nomadic. So when they left things there, the moss came and grew over it. So you don't really see them, but you say, yes, they were there here, they were there over there. But this site is, there's wood you can touch and go, that's where they were, that's where they lived. And getting that connection to Yatsula and the music. And the music that he created were prayer songs and dance songs. And so it's a really emotional.
That one song was called, the one that was playing is called Angels in Heaven.
Yeah, and so it brings that feeling to people that are there, that they can feel something, and the emotional that when we did the drum song at the place there. the cabin site. There's about, I think, 10 cabins there. And we went to another site not far from there where Cosente was buried. And Cosante was buried, and recognizing and prayed for her also too at her place, so that the connection of our ancestry is there, because there are very few grave sites in the mountains that we know about, and that's one of them that we can go and see. The next slide as we go on is the second project that we worked on, and that was a moose hide processing camp and language camp that we did in Toledo. And this was bringing a group of people that wanted to learn how to tan a hide, and Ethel and Leon were there also, and going through the process. We're bringing the people, and Ricky is the person sitting down, the white hair, with the kids, and we're showing them how to do it. We had other people that were doing it, but the kids came down from the school to show them and experience it. And if you ever tan a hide, you know, in the early process, it's quite a strong smell to it. And the whole thing is we want to get young people there to see it, to smell it, to be part of it and experience, to feel the wet hide and touch and know that this is what it's about, rather than them going there and going, ew, I don't want to do that. But we're looking at, you know, we're showing them how to smoke and tan hide and stretch it on the first one with the rack. We're showing them how to finish a tan hide. Ricky and Elsie are doing a hide there on how to finish that, smoking it. There's a picture over here, scraping, and that's me, because I was doing the hide camp, and we had teams there, and one person didn't show up, so I had to get in there and help scrape it. And Ricky's goes, no, Danny, don't just scrape it. You got to really put your arm into it and really do the work. And I had to do other things there, and it's really, really hard work because I have never done this before. And a real big shout out to all the ladies through the generations that did this for us, so that we can have moose hide, muckluck, slippers, jackets, and everything. It's extremely hard work. I don't know if I would do that again. There's Ethel and other elders that were there talking in the language, elders that came by and doing things. And there's one of the moose hide that were completed and smoked and shown. So. And part of the process of doing the hide is that we made all the tools, all the bone scrapers, the metal scrapers, and we give every participant in the hide camp, there were 10 of them, all a set of tools that they can continue the process if they want to do it and do it on their own. And the last camp that we did is the Mooskin Boat Camp. And before I turn it over to Jesse, the Mooskin Boat was a one-time, one-purpose boat that the mountain people developed and designed. And this boat is made of just spruce trees, moose hide, sinew, and babiche. And the boat, this boat is I guess a medium-sized boat. There are larger ones. And Jane Horsey, I listened to a story of hers. She said it took a week to make the boat and a week to come down the Keel River, Becquedet. Now, the Keel River is a white water rated class 1 and class 2 river. So this boat had to survive that river, and some of the areas are pretty tight. So sometimes you didn't want to get the boat smashed into the rocks or hit a big rock and break up. So it was a dangerous trip, but they did this twice a year. They went into the mountains, came out twice a year, and everything that they owned, everything that they want to trade, all the family, all the dogs were all put in these boats. If there were 6 families, 6 boats came out of the mountains. If there were 12 families, 12 boats came out of the mountains. If there were 18 boats came out of the mountains. And there are pictures of all these boats lined up on the river. And once the boat landed in Toledo, the hides were taken off and tanned. And the cycle began again. I'll turn it over to Jesse. She's very shy, so she wants to get it back to where she can.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Jessie Akalaya. I'm from Toledo NT. And when we say Toledo NT, that means where the Two River meets, and that's where our community is. I was at this Moose Hide camp. Me and my 4-year-old daughter attended it. It was about 60 people at times that were there. I'm so shy. I'm so sorry. I don't know if I could get through this. I might just give it back to my Uncle Danny just because he knows a lot more than what I could say right now. So in this photo right here, we have all the young ladies making babish for the boat. We start sometimes 7 in the morning, and it didn't matter how tired we were. We just kind of all got along and sat there and greeting each other with smiling faces and just really being with each other at that camp. This next one is when they got a moose and they were all having lunch, I believe. And so they were cooking up some bones on the fire, on the open fire, and just being together and sharing stories. This is where we were in our kitchen area. And when we're at a camp, it's everyone doing something. Like you just go up and do it. No questions asked or, you know, saying like, I'm tired. It's just everyone being there together and doing something, and doing it together. And so we really, really try, even if it's just washing the dishes in the camp, we really try to just even get the young ones to help do that with us. So they know that this is the kind of work that we put in for our camp. This one here is when we were sewing all the moose hides together. I believe there was 8 moose hides that were sewn together. And so this is our big group sitting down. We were all sitting there laughing, telling jokes, sewing, learning from one another, learning from our elders. And doing all this, you could really feel like your ancestors were there with you. Like they were right beside you, they were watching you, they were guiding you. And you could really feel that energy when you were there with everyone at this camp. So that was a really, really good feeling just to take back home with you. The one in the handkerchief, that's my daughter. And that's our little cousin next to her. And this is one of our elders, Gagini Ali. And so just having our kids, you know, sitting with our elders, talking with them, laughing with them, our elders doing the same thing, you know, teasing them. And that's what's really, really like powerful to me. And it's really, really great to see that our young kids and our elders are sitting there, like they're laughing and playing with each other. So it was really, really lovely to see that. This is when we were outside and we were putting the hides together. So we had a very big group there, a lot of guys just trying to, like, I guess we would say like a puzzle, trying to just match it all up together. And it was very hot that day. I remember it was really hot up at the Keel River. This is when they're putting the boat together. I'm just going to give the mic back to my Uncle Danny just because he knows the process more than I do and he could share a little bit more than I can.
No, she did really well. And so the boat is basically made of spruce trees. Some are cut in and split, and you know, then they're trying to put it together, frame it, and then they'll build these things that they can pull them apart and stretch them. And there's Jasmine, I think, in the boat laying the spruce bough patch. Oh, she's patching a hole. Just setting up and getting the boat ready. And there's a framing of the things that they need to do to get the boat stretched and pulled apart and the hides put on it. And putting all the bench that people have to sit on. There's, I think that's Paul or Leon that's putting one of the key pieces of the Mooskin boat where he put the oar on to Paul Andrew to steer. It was one of the key pieces that you need to put on the boat for steering and making the oars for steering the boat and paddling. And there's a boat in the water with a young girl and and just a couple of pictures of people with a boat. Oh, okay. So we were just talking about, because the boat had to be waterproofed, and they use a certain part of the animal, I think, or they boil it to make the, like to make it kidney fat, to make it waterproof. And if you don't have that, then you use Crisco lard. Everything, we don't have stuff, so we have to find the modern way of doing things. And we did that when we tanned. We had to use Sunlight soap and cooking oil, Crisco cooking oil, and water to make the solution for tanning. And this is moving the boat down to the river.
Oh my God, I just got shivers in my body.
And the boat was on the Becca on the Keel River. We're just near the mouth, and the boat, they paddled the boat back to Toledo. And thank you for everybody. And we had people up from Good Hope that came to the camp. We had a lot of visitors that stopped by, and our cousins from Good Hope, and I'll turn it over to. Who's the next speaker? Jen. It says Good Hope.
Good morning, all. So yeah, our neighbors, Toledo, our family, they invited us to come up to visit their Moosehide camp, or the Moosehide boat camp. And I was like so excited to go because I have never seen a Moosehide boat. And I thought like that'd be so awesome to see, and the process of how they make it. Like, I'm a person that loves to learn anything of our tradition and our cultural practices. So yeah, we went up and it took us about six and a half hours to get there. And it was, I don't know, it was like really amazing to get that connection with Toledo. Yeah. Okay, and these are my 3 youngest babies. My oldest was like, she's a teenager, so she's off always doing her own thing. And the next slide. So this is one of our videos that Jordan helped make really fast.
I feel grounded and calm. It's very important to put good energy into what you're doing. For me, it's a meditative process while I'm working on hide. If
you want to work on your side, you have to have lots of patience. It's a long process. There's different stages.
This is the first stage, deburring the hair off of the hide.
I am on the second stage of flushing.
And the third stage, doing the scraping, getting it prepared for the ringing stage of getting the blood out of the hide.
Making the holes so I can start the process of bringing the blood out of the hide. So then we can start the smoking process after this is done. And that helps break the fibers so it can make it breathable to become prepared to use. I want to make mukluk, earrings, different kinds of artwork that you would bead with.
It's very important for me to learn these teachings and these traditional practices. The part of revitalizing my identity as a Kasha Gotin woman, and to also carry it on in honor of the generations of my family before and after me.
So yeah, we put this video together really quick because I wanted to share a little bit of the young women leaders in the community. My cousin Kara, she's the wellness coordinator. She does a lot of camps on the land. And Jeanette was also in the video, Jeanette Tobak, or Kakwe, I should say. She is the youth land coordinator. So I feel like when three of us are together, like we're so strong as women in the community, and we drive younger ladies to like want to be out there and learn their traditions also. And just the healing of learning our cultural practices. But I don't want to take up too much time. I think we went over. So I just want to say thank you to ILI and everybody here for like letting us know like what's happening in your territory and all the great things I've learned. And yeah, for ILI to bring us together and make the Guardian stronger. Because I feel like when we're all together and we talk about our accomplishments and the things that we have to overcome, and just being together, it's just gonna make the guardianship even like really, really strong, I believe. And yeah, thank you.
Nakala, everybody. I'm Jasmine Plummer. I come from Clegonsley, Norman Wells in the Satu region. I was a participant in all these camps. Yeah, I'm kind of nervous. But yeah, I participated in most of these camps except for the Toledo Hide Camp. I also worked with youth in the past doing just working on mental health and, living a better lifestyle. Yeah, I worked with them a lot and just trying to make sure that they better themselves because we need them in the future. It's so important to work on your mental health, and also being on the land just is where we're meant to be. For myself, it's always brought me back to realize like, oh, this is who I am. There is a purpose behind what we all do. And that's going to go down to like my sister's generation and Jesse's daughter. But being at those camps is just sitting with elders and, them believing in you and, praising you for all your hard work that you do and helping them, especially, some of them, their hands, you can't work as hard. So we're there working with them to make sure that it's done properly and taking their guidance in. Yeah. That's all I gotta say. But Masi Cho, and thank you for having us. We go home today, so it's been a great time seeing all you guys here and meeting other guardians. So yeah, Masi Cho.
Well, that was, that, how many mics do I need? God, talk about greedy politician. Thank you very much for being here and for having us here. And, you know, they talk about Dream Team. This is it. Our elder Leon, he does caribou surveys. He does all kinds of stuff on the land, always on the land. We were here 2 days, a couple of days, and he said, "Oh, I can't wait to get home. I got so much to do." I said, "We're going to be here for a couple of more days, so just relax. Eat your croissant, be quiet." No panic in this place. So anyways, I want to say the Dream Team is people like Leon, the elder, and then professional people like Danny, who set up all kinds of system and helped negotiate the land claims. And then our young people, they're the hope for the future. And look at them, you see them, they don't just talk about what people do, they do it themselves. So that's what we're all about. That's what all of you are all about. So Masi, thank you very much. And the prayers that, the songs that we did and the ones that Danny talked about, he talked about an older lady at Drum Lake. Her name is Gosante. And she was, Gosante was a seer, a woman who saw. They called her the radar in Dene. Those are the kinds of people we're dealing with. So Masi Cho, thank you very much. We thank you all. Masi.
Which Tiawan, thank you. So these were awesome examples of learning traditions. Thank you to our guests for sharing. So before we take a break, 20 minutes, I would just like to show you, this is the paddle that Valerie was talking about. This is the draw for the survey on climate change. It's handmade by artist Dean Ottawa from the Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabeg. So the survey is located under the agenda section of the landing page of this conference. So you may please fill it out, and we're gonna draw that paddle at the end of today. So please get headsets for the next panel after the break, which will be held in French and will take 20 minutes. Be right back. Thank you. So we'll introduce our next guest for our next panel on strengthening guardians programs by working together. This will be in French. Please get headsets if you need translation. Alors, j'aimerais inviter nos prochains invités pour la prochaine séance de discussion sur le renforcement des programmes des gardiens en travaillant ensemble. Et cette session se déroulera en français. Alors, j'inviterai ici Marie-Philippe Ménard, Serge Achini-Goupil du secrétariat de la Nation Innu, Mélissa Saganache, Cree Nation Government, gouvernement de la Nation Cree, Caroline Desbiens de l'Université Laval et Yasmine Fontaine également de l'Université Laval. Quick Yassinou. Donc, bonjour à tous. Hi everyone. Je me présente. Donc, Marie-Philippe Ménard, Innu de la nation de Nutarsquam au Québec, représentante jeunesse du réseau jeunesse des Premières Nations du Québec et du Labrador, mais avant tout gardienne du territoire et membre de la première cohorte de la certification des gardiens de l'Université Laval. J'aimerais exprimer la gratitude que j'ai aujourd'hui d'être sur le territoire non cédé Anishinaabe, entourée d'individus, de communautés et d'organisations qui travaillent tous vraiment fort à protéger Nicawi-Assi, notre terre-mère, nos cultures et nos langues. Merci à tous de faire le travail que vous faites, puis merci au nom des prochaines générations aussi. Comme on sait, le mouvement des gardiens, c'est un outil puissant pour notre autodétermination. Un outil puissant par nous, pour la protection de nos territoires, mais aussi pour notre survie en tant que premier peuple. Le mouvement des gardiens du territoire est enraciné dans les principes d'engagement communautaire, dans les principes de préservation culturelle et environnementale, mais aussi, surtout dans les principes de collaboration. Pour que ce mouvement-là soit plein de succès, c'est important qu'on ait des partenariats forts entre nos organisations, mais aussi entre nos nations. Dans le but d'atteindre cet objectif commun, le même, c'est vraiment important qu'on travaille tout le monde ensemble. Puis c'est en travaillant ensemble, c'est en collaborant qu'on va devenir plus fort, puis qu'on va devenir plus nombreux aussi. C'est vraiment un plaisir pour moi de vous présenter aujourd'hui des histoires de collaboration inspirants et fructueux. Donc, on va commencer par le partenariat entre la Fondation Mastercard et l'Université Laval afin de mettre sur pied la première certification des gardiens de l'université. Je vous présente.
Oui, tout le monde m'entend, oui. Oui, bonjour. Merci Marie-Philippe. Et je tiens à souligner que Marie-Philippe, on lui a proposé la job de présider la séance comme ça, assez rapidement. Puis merci d'avoir accepté. Merci aussi de nous accueillir puis dans une séance en français. Moi, je suis très excitée d'être ici. J'ai l'impression de voir des stars devant moi parce que dans le cadre de la mise sur pied de la certification gardien de territoire à l'Université Laval, on a passé en revue tout ce qui est sur le site d'ILI. C'est une collaboration qui a débuté en discutant avec Valérie, avec Michel, avec Serge. Et on est allé voir tous les vidéos. Et là, je vous vois tous et tous, les gardiens de partout au Canada, en chair et en os. Et j'ai l'impression de voir des stars, là, des personnes que j'écoute, que je regarde depuis plusieurs mois, là, sinon années. Là. Alors, on est très contents d'être ici. Donc, aujourd'hui, on va vous parler, Yasmine et moi, de la mise sur pied d'une certification gardien de territoire à l'Université Laval. Je suis professeure au département de géographie à l'Université Laval dans la faculté de foresterie, géographie et géomatique. Et donc, ce programme de certification, on est vraiment dans la première année ici. On est passé par toutes les émotions là, pour mettre ça sur pied. Donc, c'est une collaboration avec la Fondation Mastercard, notamment, et la Fondation a un programme LEV qui soutient les jeunes autochtones dans différentes universités au Canada pour décoloniser les universités et aussi soutenir les jeunes personnes autochtones dans leur projet d'études, dans leur réussite au niveau universitaire. Alors, je ne sais pas où est Michel dans la salle, mais je la salue. Ah, Michel! Alors, il faut mentionner que l'Université Laval a reçu un don de la Fondation Mastercard et c'est grâce au travail de Michel et de d'autres personnes là, qui ont vraiment établi la base pour ce partenariat-là, qui ont discuté des principes de la vision et on est très heureux à l'Université Laval de pouvoir bénéficier de ce don-là de la Fondation. C'est grâce au travail de Michel qui nous accompagne aussi dans toutes les étapes de la mise sur pied du programme. Donc, la certification gardien de territoire, c'est un des différents programmes donc, qui découlent du don de la Fondation Mastercard. Donc, il y a différents programmes, mais on met sur pied notre vision de la certification gardien de territoire. Bien sûr, ce n'est pas pour remplacer les communautés parce que les communautés ont leur propre vision, ont leur propre programme. Mais l'idée de base pour l'université, c'est de créer un espace de sécurisation culturelle pour les étudiants autochtones à l'université. Et il y a vraiment cette vision aussi de changement systémique. Hein. Il y a beaucoup de choses à changer à l'université pour que les étudiants autochtones soient mieux accompagnés, soient d'ailleurs mieux accueillis, mieux accompagnés dans leur cheminement. Donc, les apprentissages, l'approche pédagogique des gardiens, on croit qu'en implantant ça à l'université, c'est toute l'université qui en bénéficie et c'est les étudiants autochtones aussi dans l'institution qui vont en bénéficier. Donc, la vision de Lévis, c'est bien sûr toute cette vision qui appartient aux gardiens. Ça va de concert aussi avec ce que propose Mastercard dans son action dans d'autres universités au Canada. On est la première université francophone à bénéficier du soutien de la Fondation Mastercard. Et encore une fois, c'est grâce au travail là, acharné de Michel et des autres qui l'accompagnent. Et je dois mentionner aussi que Michel est conseillère à la réconciliation et elle accompagne aussi le développement des programmes autochtones. Alors, on est très chanceux de l'avoir quelques heures, au moins une journée par semaine, mais c'est plus que ça, c'est certain. Alors, l'équipe de coordination, Yasmine va se présenter. Je me suis présentée, Caroline Desbiens, professeure en géographie. J'ai fait mes études en Colombie-Britannique. Alors, je suis très contente d'œuvrer dans le milieu francophone maintenant. Yasmine, tu veux te présenter?
Yasmine Shungahan, tout le monde, moi c'est Yasmine Fontaine. Avant tout, je suis Inukshuk de Maliotenam et je suis aussi égyptienne, donc je suis une hybride moi aussi. Je suis aussi étudiante en géographie à l'Université Laval à la maîtrise, mais j'ai aussi l'honneur d'être la coordonnatrice avec Alexandre de la formation de gardien de territoire à l'Université Laval.
Et en fait, je pense qu'on est une équipe, la team aussi, une équipe de feu avec Alexandre Dumais-Dubé. Malheureusement, Alexandre n'est pas avec nous. Il est de la communauté de Kitigan-Tibi, donc c'est bien dommage. Mais une des choses qu'on s'assure dans l'équipe de coordination, c'est que quand les gens ont besoin de se reposer, de se mettre de côté pendant quelques temps, on s'entraide beaucoup les uns les autres. Alors, c'était la semaine, on pourrait dire, de relâche, de ressourcement d'Alexandre. Mais on a avec nous Laura Daigneault qui est en avant. Donc, Laura, tu veux présenter Laura?
Oui, donc aussi ce qu'on trouvait important, puis que je pense dans notre travail, ce qui est nécessaire, c'est aussi de reconnaître l'importance des alliés dans nos causes. Qui sont autochtones ou non. Donc, merci Laura d'être une super alliée puis de nous soutenir dans nos démarches au niveau des gardiens. Fait que je pense que tout le monde doit avoir des alliés autour qui sont très importants pour nos objectifs communs, là. Il y a aussi Alexandre, malheureusement, qui n'est pas là, qui nous a permis de construire ce programme-là ensemble, puis qui est très, très important dans l'équipe aussi, là.
Puis aussi, je veux souligner, je ne sais pas si les gens veulent se lever, là, on est venu avec des membres attends, je vais juste mentionner. On est venu avec des membres de la cohorte, donc qui sont ici. Et, oui. Et je veux mentionner, notre coup d'envoi a été donné par un gardien donc, qui est avec nous, Jean-Luc Canapé, là, qui est ici. Alors, on a aussi d'autres personnes là, dans la salle qui ont participé à notre formation jusqu'à maintenant. Alors, merci. On veut souligner votre présence. Donc, et aussi, vous voyez au bas, la photo qui est en bas, c'est qu'il faut dire, encore une fois, partenariat, oui, avec la Fondation Mastercard, mais ça nous permet aussi de créer une équipe, l'équipe des Premiers Peuples, au sein de l'université. Donc, c'est ensemble, là, avec l'équipe des Premiers Peuples, qu'on met tout ça en place, et avec l'aide de Michel, bien sûr, et des aînés et des porteurs de savoir. Donc, je vais passer rapidement, je vois le temps qui file, mais les objectifs pratiques, les choses qui sont importantes à dire. Donc, on a formé le programme et on a eu un état de situation sur les besoins, sur la vision que les gens avaient d'un tel programme à l'université. Comment est-ce que ça devrait se construire? Quelle devrait être la formule? Une chose que les gens ont dit, c'est qu'il ne fallait pas de barrière à l'admission pour que les futurs gardiens s'inscrivent ou des gardiens qui sont aussi des fois déjà en poste s'inscrivent au programme. Donc, on a opté pour une certification. On n'a pas besoin d'être admis dans un programme de baccalauréat, par exemple, à l'Université Laval pour participer à la certification. Où qu'on soit dans son cheminement personnel, professionnel, on peut être admis à la certification. Mais ceci étant dit, si on se découvre une passion à travers la certification pour la biologie, les sciences de l'environnement, l'anthropologie, l'histoire, enfin, tous les domaines qui vont être explorés dans la certification, les gens peuvent transférer et obtenir des crédits universitaires. Donc, on dit une formation non créditée, mais créditable pour s'assurer qu'on accompagne les gens dans leur formation. Ensuite, bien sûr, les savoirs des aînés au centre de la formation. Yasmine va pouvoir en parler davantage. Les savoirs, les expertises autochtones, uniquement des formateurs autochtones. Moi, je ne suis pas autochtone, mais je m'inscris à l'arrière pour aider à la coordination, mais les savoirs sont vraiment, ils viennent des aînés, des experts autochtones. Ensuite, on établit des partenariats aussi avec d'autres institutions d'enseignement. Une chose qui est importante aussi, et ça c'est fondamental, c'est la place des femmes aussi, des savoirs, des enseignements des femmes dans le programme. Pour nous, gardiens de territoire, ça rejoint aussi de façon très importante tous les enseignements qui sont liés aux femmes. Donc, cet aspect-là est aussi très important. Je vais finir ma partie en vous parlant juste rapidement du cheminement. Encore une fois, on a eu bénéficié d'un état de situation qui a été préparé pour nous. Les gens nous ont dit on va pas se déplacer à Québec pour rester 1 an pour faire une certification gardien de territoire. Donc, on a choisi une formule hybride, donc qui est divisée en 3 blocs. Donc, chaque bloc est composé de 4 séances à distance, à toutes les 2 semaines. Donc, les gens qui ont des familles ou qui ont d'autres emplois à temps plein, donc, demeurent chez eux ou dans leur communauté. Et on se rencontre périodiquement sur une période de 2 mois à toutes les 2 semaines à distance. Ensuite, on termine le premier bloc avec un séjour en territoire. Et on reprend après ça le deuxième bloc, encore 4 séances à distance, un séjour en territoire. Le troisième bloc, c'est un stage d'apprentissage ou un projet personnel que mènent les gens dans leur milieu de façon à ce que ce soit bien adapté à leur réalité, à leur communauté, à leur vision de ce que c'est qu'être gardien. et qui se termine par un dernier séjour en territoire où les gens intègrent leurs apprentissages et aussi se voient dans l'avenir là, comment ils vont continuer leur pratique de gardien. Donc, le bloc 1, on a discuté qui sont les gardiens, hein, quel est ce rôle-là traditionnellement, comment il se vit aujourd'hui. Pour le bloc 2, on aborde des savoirs un peu plus techniques. Hein. Quels sont les outils, la boîte à outils dont ont besoin les gardiens? Ça peut aller de la cartographie au monitoring de l'eau. On va faire du maniement d'armes dans 2 semaines aussi. Et le bloc 3, je l'ai dit, c'est des stages dans les milieux personnels. Et le dernier séjour, on l'espère, il va être à la fin août. La formation dure de janvier à août, mais quand même assez légère là, dans le temps. Ce n'est pas un investissement là, à temps plein. Et on va terminer au Mouchouanipi, sur la rivière Georges. Valérie avait mentionné le territoire traditionnelle dont elle est la gardienne avec Serge, avec d'autres ici, Michel, d'autres membres de la nation Innu. Et je peux dire aussi que depuis le début, on parle du partenariat avec Mastercard, mais on a été accompagné par ILI. L'été dernier, on a fait un séjour au Mouchouanipi. C'est la première photo que vous voyez ici. Sur la mise en place du programme. Alors, on se retrouve encore à la Rivière-Georges à la fin du mois d'août pour voir où on en est rendu puis envisager là, la 2e année. Pardon. Oui, dernière chose avant de passer la parole. On envisage aussi, ça va être une première, donc on est premier programme francophone pour les gardiens. La plus grosse cohorte d'étudiants autochtones aussi à l'Université Laval. On est 18. Hein, il n'y a jamais eu de programme à l'Université Laval où il y a eu tant d'étudiants autochtones. Alors, c'est un programme aussi qui est réservé aux étudiants autochtones. Donc, on est très fiers de ça. Et ce qu'on envisage au Mouchouanipi pour le dernier séjour en territoire, c'est une graduation en territoire. Donc, pour nous aussi, on parle de changement systémique. Il y a des petits et des grands pas. Mais c'est symbolique, c'est très important pour nous que la graduation des gardiens se fasse en territoire. Ça va être une première, on a très hâte. Donc, je pense et l'année prochaine, on pourra revenir avec des photos, puis le suivi gardien cohorte 2. Alors, je te passe le bâton de parole, Yasmine. Ouais.
Donc, pour poursuivre ce que Caroline a dit, avec Alexandre et toute l'équipe qui était en place à l'Université Laval, on a voulu monter le programme vraiment à zéro, de mettre de l'avant aussi la vision puis les valeurs des premiers peuples. Donc, c'était un défi en soi, vu qu'on est plusieurs nations au Québec. Et on a essayé vraiment, en tant que jeunes autochtones, moi et Alexandre, de mettre l'avant nos valeurs de partage, de transmission, mais aussi du respect du territoire, de notre identité qui est liée. Donc, comme on dit avec la citation, c'est on fait attention au territoire, mais on fait attention aussi à nous-mêmes. Donc, c'est vraiment dans une optique où est-ce qu'on va mettre au centre notre culture et notre identité, parce que notre culture et notre identité, est à l'intérieur même du territoire. Là. Donc, on protège plus que juste le territoire, on protège notre identité en tant que peuple, mais on protège aussi l'avenir de nos enfants et de nos petits-enfants. Donc, c'est dans une vision de cette génération qu'on essaie de mettre en place cette formation-là. On essaie aussi le plus possible de valoriser la voix des aînés, de mettre en place cette transmission-là qui a été perturbée avec la colonisation. Donc, je trouve que les aînés sont les porteurs de savoir, comme tout le monde le sait. Puis, avec la place des jeunes gardiens qui sont ici, je pense que ça permet d'être un lieu sécurisant où est-ce que la transmission est possible. Puis aussi de le faire. Le plus important, c'est d'utiliser le territoire comme notre lieu d'apprentissage. Le territoire, c'est notre maison en tant que Première Nation, mais c'est aussi notre école, c'est notre lieu de travail. Donc, dans cette pédagogie-là autochtone qu'on essaie de valoriser. On essaie d'utiliser le territoire comme un lieu de rassemblement, d'échange, mais aussi d'apprentissage. Donc, de valoriser le territoire, mais aussi la place des jeunes. Je trouve que c'est hyper important dans un contexte de programme de gardien de territoire. Donc, je trouve qu'avec la formation, on essaie de notre mieux, je crois, de tout arrimer ces valeurs-là, puis de répondre aux intérêts, mais aux valeurs de toutes les nations du Québec, là. Donc, pour vous donner une petite idée, notre première sortie en territoire à la fin du bloc 1, ça a été au camp des Kanapeux dans l'unité Sinan de Pessamit. Donc, ça, vous pouvez voir, c'est tous les membres de la cohorte, nos 18 membres. Donc, ça a été très, très intéressant de se rendre en territoire puis de concrétiser ces savoirs-là en tant que gardien. D'avoir la proximité avec la culture, mais aussi les enjeux qui se déroulent avec la déforestation, tous les enjeux de gardiens qu'on rencontre. Donc, ça vient vraiment concrétiser nos réalités en tant que gardiens, puis d'être aussi un lieu de guérison, je crois, là, de permettre de prendre un temps pour se rassembler, pour faire des cercles de partage, parce que on a aussi ce rôle-là, c'est de protéger le territoire, mais c'est aussi de guérir, hein. C'est avec le territoire qu'on peut guérir aussi. Donc, notre rôle là-dedans, je pense que c'est nous, pour l'équipe, c'est d'être les gardiens des gardiens. Donc, on s'assure d'assurer d'amener les personnes au bon endroit, au bon moment, avec les bonnes personnes. Donc, je pense que Univers ou Chemundo a fait en sorte que cette cohorte a été choisie, puis qu'on travaille tous ensemble pour amener le changement, vraiment, amener le changement au niveau de l'université, mais aussi de notre société, là. Donc, ça a été très, très intéressant comme expérience. On a resté quelques jours. On a eu des ateliers culturels au niveau de l'importance de la culture, de l'importance aussi des pratiques, que ce soit avec le caribou. Surtout, on a eu le temps de dépecer en groupe un caribou, d'en apprendre davantage sur l'importance de Attic, l'importance pour la survie de notre identité. On a eu des échanges, des cercles de partage. Ah oui. Ah non, c'est bon. Oui, non, ben en fait, c'est important de le mentionner parce que, bon, on n'a pas pris de photo du dépeçage du caribou, bien sûr, mais il y a eu des cérémonies. Mais ce caribou-là nous est arrivé parce que, en raison du programme dont vous allez parler après, donc un Tinash Comité tout spécial, mais le programme n'aurait pas pu avoir un caribou pour transmettre les enseignements, si ce n'était du partenariat là, dont vont vous parler Mélissa et Serge. Donc, tout ça est lié, le travail d'Élie, le travail de Michel, le travail des cris de l'entente. Alors, ça aussi, c'était un bel arrimage. Avec l'expérience du dépeçage, on réalise en tant que jeune que sans caribou, on ne peut pas être nous. Donc, c'est là qu'on réalise l'importance de notre rôle en tant que gardien, de protéger le caribou, mais de protéger aussi notre identité à travers tout ça, là. Donc, ça, c'est d'autres activités qu'on a faites en territoire. Ça a vraiment permis de créer cette dynamique de groupe-là, puis de créer un peu une deuxième famille. C'est vraiment ça qu'on représente aussi. On veut mettre de l'avant que on crée un réseau aussi au Québec, puis on veut se connecter au réseau de gardiens, même si on parle en français, on trouve qu'on peut travailler ensemble. Puis je pense que c'est ça aussi, on a tous le même désir, peu importe la communauté ou la nation qu'on vient, peu importe la langue qu'on parle, on a tout cet intérêt-là de protéger le territoire.
Yasmine, je mentionnerai aussi peut-être, dans 2 semaines, on va être de nouveau en territoire pour le deuxième séjour en territoire du bloc 2. On va être dans le territoire des Abitibi-Winnie, Ross qui est avec nous ici, là, qui fait partie de la cohorte. Donc, dans 2 semaines, au nord de Picogan, dans le territoire des Abitibi-Winnie, on va faire notre deuxième séjour. Donc, ça va être une autre belle expérience.
OK. Pour terminer, je voulais prendre le temps de remercier Chineshkumno Kesno. Merci à tous les gardiens qui sont ici présents. Vous êtes vraiment une source de fierté, mais beaucoup d'inspiration. C'est ça qu'on parlait avec les autres gardiens. Ça nous fait remplir vraiment d'espoir, puis on se sent beaucoup moins seul là-dedans. Puis je pense que c'est vraiment le début d'une aventure, surtout au Québec, c'est de continuer à renforcer nos liens puis à s'échanger ensemble. Donc, je veux vraiment vous remercier chacun d'entre vous. Vous êtes vraiment tous importants. Puis merci aussi à mes gardiens, à nos gardiens. Fait que je suis hyper fière de vous. Puis vraiment, merci de faire partie de cette aventure-là. Merci aussi à Élie, à tout l'organisme, puis à Caroline aussi, à nos alliés qui nous soutiennent dans cette cause.
Donc, merci beaucoup à Yasmine et Caroline de nous avoir présenté ce partenariat fructueux. N'hésitez pas à scanner le code QR que vous avez reçu, là, qui est sur chacune de vos tables. En fait, vous pouvez poser des questions par texto, puis ça va nous être transféré, puis on va pouvoir y répondre au cours de la séance. Donc, maintenant, j'aimerais introduire le partenariat historique entre la nation Innu et la nation Cri au Québec, représentée par Serge et Mélissa.
Écoutez tout le monde, nous n'avons pas la même présentation que celle qu'on vous a envoyée, donc on va essayer de s'organiser. Il manque quelques trucs, là, donc en tout cas, on va y aller. On va y aller pareil, hein? On va s'organiser. Donc, Serge Achinigoupi, je suis Innu de Matimico-Lac-John, originaire de Shefferville. Puis, je collabore avec la nation Innu au Québec, donc les 9 chefs. Et un des mandats que les chefs ont, c'est de collaborer ensemble sur des enjeux communs. Puis, le caribou est un enjeu commun. Donc, depuis plusieurs années, on a travaillé sur un dossier qui est le caribou. Puis, je veux que Mélissa se présente.
Bajak, oui. Mélissa Saganash. Je suis heureuse d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui. Un peu comme Yasmine disait, il y a des différentes langues. On vient toutes de différents territoires, différentes terres. On pratique différemment nos cultures, mais on arrive tous à la même place et c'est la protection du territoire, de nos langues, la culture. On a la présentation en français. À l'écran, elle est en anglais. Puis, ça se peut qu'on fasse du franglais, mais à la fin, je pense qu'on va réussir à se comprendre, comme quand Serge et moi, on est allés à la chasse ensemble, puis il a fallu qu'on passe 2 jours, puis qu'on pogne la COVID en même temps. So, good afternoon. Oh, so I think we're still the morning. Good morning. Pleased to be here. We're going to begin the presentation. Serge is going to begin the presentation. I'm James Bay-Cree. Serge is from the Innu. We're neighbors in the territory. We've been working for a number of years together on caribou issues, on protecting the territory where the caribou live, on protecting the species itself, and a number of things that have brought us together over the years. And one of the unfortunate things that did bring us together is the decline of the caribou and how the access for the Innu to the resource, how could we do this in a way that would be collaborative, sustainable, and helpful to both of our nations. So this is what we'll be hearing this morning.
Pour votre information, il faut rien que reculer de 10 ans en arrière parce que les groupes autochtones avaient une préoccupation sur le troupeau de la rivière Georges. Il y a eu une rencontre historique en janvier 2013 où ce que des groupes des 2 provinces ou des 2 territoires du Québec et du Labrador se sont rencontrés pour trouver des solutions. Ça l'a amené via le leadership du chef Mike McKenzie et des communautés Innu en collaboration avec les autres groupes. Puis je me rappelle très bien, Valérie Courtois, votre collègue ici, s'était assuré que la modération des 7 groupes avait amené à plusieurs rencontres techniques, plusieurs rencontres politiques. Puis en octobre 2017, on a signé un document qui s'appelle « Il y a longtemps dans l'avenir », un document qui présente une stratégie sur 100 ans sur la gestion du caribou pour autant la rivière aux Feuilles, autant la rivière Georges. Puis dans ce document-là, où la Nation Innu signait, puis les CRI et d'autres, ben, il y avait 5 plans d'action, dont une entente de partage. Puis nous, aujourd'hui, on vient vous présenter l'entente de partage entre la Nation Innu et la Nation CRI.
And so given the UpCarts, it is an ambitious project, and it's slated to be over a period of 100 years. So evidently, these things don't happen overnight. And so by doing things piece by piece and bit by bit and collaborating with one another, be it between different nations, one of the fruits of this, I guess, would be what we've done on January 24, 2022. And this is when we signed the understanding between the Cree and the Innu, where the Innu would be invited to come and hunt in Cree territory. We were supposed to have this in person, but we had a little pandemic happening that kind of left us behind our screens, but we managed to make it work anyways. People were very happy about it. The hunt, we signed on the 24th of January, and we were in the territory the first week of February. And the first group of Innu hunters from the first community, they have 9 communities, we have 9. But the first group of hunters were in the territory harvesting caribou the first week of February. So this was just to give you an idea of how much this was happening, how much work had been done beforehand. The signing of this understanding was a formality between chiefs and leadership and tallymen, just to ensure that everybody understood what the plan was and that we would be going in this together. And so we were very proud of this day. Although it was on screen, we could feel the happiness and the pride that everybody had taken in this moment.
Ce qui est important de comprendre, dans toute cette démarche-là, on s'est basé en lien avec la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les peuples autochtones. Il y a un article là-dedans qui c'est l'article 36, puis on pense qu'il est important de comprendre que 2 groupes, 2 nations voulaient faire quelque chose et ils l'ont fait. Donc, on s'est basé sur des principes de nation à nation. Donc, on voulait s'assurer que ce soit mis en œuvre selon nos principes, nos droits et nos territoires.
There's something wrong with the presentation. It's kind of running off on us. And ça marche pas. I don't know if there's a way to stop the auto forward on the presentation or just take off the presenter mode on it. I'm sorry. Okay.
On fait une coupe de jokes en attendant? Il était une fois, non? Il y a un caribou qui va venir, on va le mettre ici, puis on va le dépecer ensemble. C'est ça l'objectif. On va inviter un aîné ou 2, puis on va l'installer ici, puis on va avoir 3-4 jeunes qui vont venir voir comment ça se fait. Ouais.
But
On va
continue un peu,
Ouais.
and then when we can keep going, and if the slides come back, we'll come back. If not, you'll just have to look at us. So these slides are in French. I'll switch to French. So sorry, this is very confusing. I apologize. So there was il y avait un préambule aussi pour que les actions qu'on allait porter dans le territoire ensemble soient les bonnes et que ça puisse aussi assurer l'intégrité des actions de ce qu'on faisait, de notre relation entre les 2 nations avec le caribou aussi. Donc évidemment, la préservation du caribou était au cœur de ce protocole d'accord et restera la priorité tout au long. Tout au long des événements, c'était toujours le caribou qui était en priorité. La santé de la harde, la santé de l'habitat, c'était toujours au cœur. L'accès des Inuits à la harde de Rivière-aux-Feuilles, celles qui ont été invitées à venir chasser avec nous, c'était pour aussi alléger la pression sur d'autres arbres, notamment celle de la rivière Georges. Tantôt, Yasmine et Caroline parlaient de la graduation où ils allaient. La arbre de la rivière Georges passe dans cet endroit-là. Et il y a une très grande pression sur cet arbre, ce qui fait que inviter les Inuits à chasser avec nous sur la rivière aux feuilles, ça aide à diminuer. Puis évidemment, conformément aux pratiques traditionnelles, les maîtres de trappe concernés ont guidé l'élaboration de la présente compréhension. Je pense que ça, c'est un élément d'extrême importance, que c'était les maîtres de trappe du territoire CRI qui ont assisté à monter l'entente, le protocole d'entente qui était monté entre les deux nations. Ça a été guidé par les aînés et les maîtres de trappe. Il n'y a rien dans ce protocole-là, dans ce qu'on a fait ensemble, qui n'avait pas été guidé ou autorisé, si on veut. C'est un gros mot, là, je trouve, mais qui a été guidé par les aînés ou les maîtres de trappe. Sans eux, ça aurait été impossible. François.
Bien évidemment, cette demande d'avoir accès au territoire CRI par les Inuits pour partager le caribou avait été proposée par nos aînés, entre autres, qui s'étaient rassemblés dans un rassemblement des aînés, puis qui avaient exposé aux aînés CRI, bien, on manque de caribou, on a besoin de pratiquer nos activités, on veut s'assurer que notre savoir soit mis en place pour les générations futures, puis qu'on puisse partager. Mais ça a été répondu très favorablement par les CRI. Et depuis ce temps-là, nous, on se rend là-bas. On se prend en territoire CRI. Ils nous disent où ils sont d'accord qu'on se rende, parce qu'il y a des endroits qui sont, entre autres, au niveau de la sécurité, il y a des réservoirs, il y a des endroits où il y a des préférences d'accès. Donc, on s'est entendu avec eux sur comment ça allait se faire. Puis, avant chaque année, parce que c'est la deuxième année qu'on fait la chasse, bien, on détermine avec un comité, on a un comité de notre côté, il y a un comité de leur côté, comment on doit faire. Puis on a ici des gens, là, des CRI, là, il y a Rodney puis son collègue. Hein.
There's the Ewishti landkeepers who are a major part of this operation as well for the second year now. They just came back from the second hunt in February. So I see Willie, I see George, I see Rodney. So these are the Ewishti landkeepers. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And these guys are the ones on the territory during the Cree Innu harvest, who are there to help ensure safety, to ensure the following of protocols that are in place by the tallymen. We can't see it, but we wanted to show you a map of the Chisasibi traditional territory. And our territories, as you may know in Iwishchi, are kind of morselled up into trap lines. And Chisasibi has about 40 trap lines, which means about 40 tallymen. So every year before the hunt, the Cree Innu hunt, each of the tallymen are contacted. Each of them are asked if they would like to participate in this year's Cree Innu harvest. For a number of reasons, they might accept or they might not accept, which is completely up to them. There's no pressure. They say yes, no, or ask me in 2 weeks. I need to consult with my family. But the insurance that they are aware that the tallyman know who's coming, that the land keepers are aware of. Okay, you can go on this trap line. You can't go on that trap line. That reservoir over there, there's a problem with ice that isn't forming the way it should be. We don't want you to be over there. So the coordination of this and the presence of the land keepers on the territory during this time is of extreme importance. And so hearing the program that's being built over here by Université Laval and Caroline and Yasmine, these are extraordinary programs. And it's true, these people, they are kind of superstars. When they show up and they're on their skidoos, they have their uniforms, they're clearly identified as guardians and that they're here to help, and they're here to help protect, to respect, and to ensure safe harvest, a sustainable harvest. Mm-hmm. And if there's anything strange happening, it's reported, and it's important that it is reported. And they're not necessarily there to be the police, but they're there to support. And it's an important role. If we're going to be able to continue harvesting, practicing our culture, sharing our knowledge, we're going to need that support. And these guys are helpful for that.
Comme on a mentionné, nous, de chaque côté, on a des équipes de coordination qui s'assurent que ça fonctionne. On est supporté très fortement par les leaders politiques. On a ici quelqu'un de la communauté des Cipites qui supporte au niveau politique, mais ça donne que c'est un gardien du territoire. Il est venu la première année à la chasse, mais on s'assure que nos chasseurs, nos gens qui vont aller là-bas puissent respecter les règles de l'entente. Puis on a dans l'entente, on a une réévaluation à chaque année pour s'améliorer, changer, prendre soin des préoccupations des talibans ou des landkeepers de là-bas. Nous aussi, nos gardiens qui sont sur le territoire, on a des rapports à chaque jour. On s'assure que tout ça soit fait comme il faut. Donc, on est dans un exercice, là, puis on est un petit peu, là, on n'est pas pire, là, on arrive avec notre présentation, mais on touche à des points après l'autre. Il faut se valider quand même. Mais je pense que c'est important que vous compreniez que c'est la deuxième année, donc on a eu accès à 300 caribous, la Nation Unie. On a partagé ces caribous-là. On a défini combien il y allait avoir de caribous dans une communauté, 30, l'autre 40, l'autre 25. Et après ça, même les Inuits qui sont à Québec et à Montréal pour des raisons de santé puissent avoir des caribous, ont des caribous, et on partage ça. Il y a beaucoup de transmission entre les jeunes et les chasseurs et les gens qui ont été en territoire. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui est très important. Puis on remercie fortement, là, on le dit publiquement, merci au CRI de nous avoir accueillis pour nous permettre de partager ça. Donc, ça, c'est des points qu'on voulait mentionner. Puis là, on est dans l'évaluation de la deuxième chasse nationale.
And the evaluation or the reporting on the hunting is important because it verifies how it went. If there's any points that Tallyman might have raised with the land keepers, because the land keepers provide a report on each of the hunting expeditions or the hunting events. They need to report. Leadership from Chisasibi and Chief Daisy House has been extremely instrumental in helping make this happen. In collaboration with her Tallyman, in getting the support of the other Cree chiefs also to make this happen. We like to ensure that all chiefs are aware of something when an event of this magnitude happens, and especially the importance of this type of event. And it's also establishing a renewed relationship with the neighbors. We've always had links. We have family links. We have friendships. There's other kinds of links too. We don't need to get into, but there's people in our nations who have been linked for forever, for hundreds and thousands of years. And so it's a nice sense of responsibility as the generation who is here now, who is being able to help kind of bridge that little gap that's been happening. And the caribou is helping us do it. And it's a nice feeling to be able to see another successful harvest this year.
Un point qui est important dans cette pratique d'échange, parce qu'on partage un territoire ou on partage une ressource, nous avons proposé aussi, nous avons accès, les Inuits, à des fruits de mer, là, du crabe, du homard, des pétonques, vous avez quoi? Du flétan. Bien, on a envoyé ça chez les cris, puis ça a l'air que vous êtes amateur pas mal de fruits de mer, donc...
Mais il y en a qui attendent encore leur cargaison.
Donc, on a envoyé ça, puis là, il va y en avoir d'autres, puis on a eu la difficulté parce qu'il y a eu la COVID, mais ça ne s'est pas encore rendu à Montréal, ce que je comprends, mais on va s'assurer qu'il y en a à Montréal cette année. Mais c'est ça qui amène, puis il y a même des discussions informelles, entre autres, sur d'autres ressources, là, parce que cette année, on m'a informé que les gens aimeraient ça avoir des castors chez les cris, donc il manque des fois de castors, ou ici, on a trop, on peut l'envoyer. Donc, c'est vraiment intéressant, cette collaboration, là, où est-ce que ça nous amène un peu plus loin.
So it's creating a template for sharing, one that works, that's sustainable, that's respectful of each other's distinct cultures, and also the openness to want to learn, because John Pachano was a Tallyman on the trap line who's been very active with the Cree Innu harvest, and he's the Cree Tallyman hosting the Innu hunters, and he's getting a kick out of watching the Innu hunters, how they harvest, how they might fix a caribou. And he's just getting a kick out of it. He's like, oh, I didn't know that this is how you do it, and vice versa. So even with some very experienced people, they're still learning from one another, from the neighbors. So it's kind of amazing to watch them go, huh, I didn't know that. So it's a nice exchange that happens. It's a very natural exchange because we're just doing what we're happy doing. And so we ended this year's harvest. It went well again. So we're now at the reporting stage, as Serge mentioned. And obviously, there's always room for making things better. This is only the second time we've done it. And we're going to continue monitoring the herds, ensuring that what we're doing is still viable, because we have a certain quota of animals that we can harvest at Cree. And what is shared with the Innu is from our own quotas. And so we need to ensure that that's a viable option, because the health of the herd is always at the priority of the list. And so we'll be at that monitoring stage and looking to see how we can continue the collaborations, and if it could expand in other areas, then good. But it's a good way to promote relations, healthier relationships with your neighbors, sustainable harvesting, and having the support from the land keepers and the support from the tallymen, and of course from the leadership. They're all parts of the ingredients that make it work. So we apologize that we couldn't show you the presentation, because it would have been easier, but it sounded a little jumbled, but it works out in the end, kind of like when you go hunting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Miigwech. Nos panélistes, merci beaucoup. Alors, nous devons passer au prochain panel. We have to go to the next panel because time is running. Alors, thank you so much for the presentation. Et merci de votre présentation pour valoriser les jeunes à l'Université Laval. L'entente aussi, qui est un modèle historique de partage d'entraide. Donc, next panel, please, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Michael Painter from Niatero, Estacio Beltrain from Native Americans in Philanthropy, Heiltsuk Hereditary Chief Frank Brown from the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, and Valérie Courtois, again, our director, and also Michelle Myers from Alaska. Please welcome on stage for cross-border collaboration, Guardians in the US and Canada. So we'll proceed with our panel, and we're gonna have lunch after the panel is done. Thank you.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Let's get started. We need another mic. Oh, great. Thank you. I don't know. So hi again. I'm Michael Painter. I'll be moderating the session. I think we're going to have a really great conversation. We'll do some introductions in a bit. I want to do a setup. I want to introduce myself to you guys, and then I want to do a setup. Before I do that, I'm going to read a little poem that I like to use because it reminds me of you guys, and then we'll jump into our conversation. Again, I work at Niatero. We're a globally based nonprofit based in Seattle, Washington. We work with Indigenous leaders around the world, helping them in their guardianship efforts in their territory and homes. We tend to focus in 3 large geographies: Amazonia, Pacifica, and in North America. And the North America work has partnered with ILI extensively for many years. And so we're really, really proud of that work. I want to say that it's so inspiring to be with you guys these past 3 days and just get a sense of your work and your passion. And it's really fantastic, and it just fills my heart. So I've been texting and emailing my colleagues at home, telling them about this event and your work. And so just congratulations. And that's really important, because what you're doing and learning and becoming is something that we're really interested in the United States as well. And so this conversation is going to be about what you guys have learned and are learning about not about guardianship, because that's hundreds and thousands of years old knowledge, but what you're learning about coming together as a network and being this organized is super impressive. And it didn't happen by accident. And so we want to have a conversation about, is it possible to make that happen in another place like the United States? And so that's what this conversation is going to be about. I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. I grew up in Oklahoma. We also call that Indian Territory. It's on my mom's side. My mom is Arowana Baldridge. My grandfather was Swimmer Baldridge. He was sent to the boarding school, the second residential boarding school in the US on the border between Oklahoma and Kansas. And so I just have that in my mix. I'm also a super hopeful, optimistic person. So I love being with people like you guys. And I want to read this quote by Joy Harjo. She's a Native American from the United States. She was a 3-time poet laureate of the United States. We're super proud of her. She works with us sometimes at Neotero. And this poem is from her collection called A Poet Warrior, a Memoir. She says, "These times were predicted, a time in which the birds would be confused about which direction to fly to migrate, a time in which the sun would darken with pollution, a time in which there would be confusion and famine. In these kinds of times, we are in great danger of forgetting our original teachings, the nature of the kind of world we share and what it requires of us. In this world of forgetfulness, they told me, you will forget how to nourish the connection between humans, plants, animals, and the elements, a connection needed to make food for your mind, heart, body, and spirit. You were born of a generation that promised to help remember. Each generation makes a person. You came in together to make change." So I thought that was great for this discussion we're hoping to have, because all of you are making change and we want to share what you're learning and your knowledge with others. And so we're going to talk about how we might possibly make that happen. I know you guys know Val and Frank really well. I wanted these two to, Eustachio and Michelle, to introduce yourselves just briefly, and then I'll ask you a couple questions and we'll get going. So Michelle, over to you.
Is this on? Yes. It is, good. Okay. My Tlingit name is Andul. My English name is Michelle Meyer. I am of the Quashkekwan clan, the Humpback Salmon people, and I am from New Hit, Fort House, all of which tells you that I'm of the Raven moiety. I'm a member of the Yakutat Tlingit tribe in Yakutat, Alaska, and I serve my nation as a sacred site strategist. I am working to plan and stand up a Guardians program on our homelands. Yakutat is the northernmost community in the southeast panhandle of Alaska. Our ancestral homelands are under threat and pressure from resource development. We are facing placer mining in our salmon streams, cruise ship impacts to our waters and harbor seal, clear-cut logging, biodiversity threats, and water quality degradation. We realized the answer wasn't more piecemeal responses. What you're doing in Canada is. And you give us inspiration, you guide us, and you give us hope. Goodness Chish for leading the way in a good way. We must defend Mother Earth.
Sheikh Pachwai, Inknash Wanik Eustachio, Washnash Yakima Knik, Kumeshika Knik, Kutolteka Knik, Kutlatwani Knik. Astlan Nashwa Kush Ichwi wa Ichna, Inmi Tatawat, Timani, Tichampa. Makwalihi Walakan, Ni Meshikatl, Amoni Kochi, Ni Mitzita, Ni Kimita, Intlaka, Ni Tlatoa, Huatlanushamash, Tlasokamati. Je m'appelle Eustachio. Je suis un descendant du peuple toltèque du Teotihuacan, dans ce qui est aujourd'hui le centre du Mexique. Je suis qui reste de l'ancien un peu aztèque et j'ai la chance de voir été élevé par mes parents dans la nation de Yakama. J'ai vu salut dans les deux langues indigènes, Yakama Ichishkensinuit et Nahuatlatoli, afin que tous mes parents et ancêtres soient ici présents pour ces jeunes nus pour cette conversation. My name is Estaquio. I'm a descendant of the Tolteca people from Teotihuacan in what is present-day South Central Mexico. I am what still remains of the old Aztec Empire, and so thankful to have been raised by my relatives on the Yakama Nation. I greet you in both native languages, Yakama Ichishkensinuit and Nahuatlatoli, to invite all my relations to be here and join us for this conversation. I have the great honor of serving as a partnership advisor for Native Americans in Philanthropy, which is an organization based in the United States with a single focus: to direct more philanthropic resources to tribes and tribal communities in the United States. And we are here to become inspired by you all and to take some of this good water, good hope, and great ideas back home with us to share with our colleagues. I have a very unique position within my organization because I'm through a partnership between the Department of the Interior. I will get to transition over to the Department of the Interior and work in Secretary Holland's office as the first ever Office of Strategic Partnerships within the federal government. Our objective is simple: to push from the outside in and from the inside out and redirect more resources out to our communities. And I'm very thankful to be here today with you all and to join you for this conversation. Cuatlanu Shamash, Tlasokamati.
So great, thank you. Thanks to you both. Welcome. So let's just jump right in. Michelle, what does your community need from a network like this? What do you need is just to build your guardianship program? What would be helpful?
Thank you. That's a good question. Hello? All right, we'll get the one that works. What we need is continuous stable funding for our Guardians program and support from allies in Canada, for sure. And connection and collaboration with our Alaska and US peers. And we need to defend our land. Our culture needs intact land.
I'm going to get to you. Yeah. So, so Estaquio works at NAP and is going into the Department of Interior with Secretary Holland and others. I just, in all transparency, I want to note I'm on the board of directors of NAP as well. So I just wanted to say that. So at the Native Americans and Philanthropy, and as you move into the Department of Interior working on strategic partnerships in both places, what are you seeing in this network that is interesting to you that could be really helpful in the US?
You know, it's so inspiring to see all of you and to hear the many different languages that are spoken in this room and the values that come with each of those languages. So for me, what's really striking is the impact and that languages have at connecting us to the land and to ourselves. And I was really taken away by, you know, what a key ingredient that is to do this work right. And so that's something that I'm going to bring back with me to our communities. To you know, there's three components to the work that I'll be doing in the Office of Strategic Partnership. One is economic development. The second is you know, conservation, and then the third is education. And for that, we're really looking to revitalize our indigenous languages so that they can, you know, provide that pathway for us to connect to the work in a good way.
Is this working now? Yes. So do you think the department has any sort of ambition about a network of guardians like this in the US or anything like that that you'd like to share?
Well, I think, you know, the department is interested in making sure it's successful. And what I'm hearing from all of you is that it takes a network to be successful. So I would say yes.
Great. Terrific. You know, I'm watching our clock. I know we have a limited amount of time and we don't want to bump into your lunch, but I also want you to be thinking about questions that you might have. So we'll try to get to those. We'll see how we do. I'm gonna bring in Val and Frank now, if we could, and just start a conversation back and forth. So when you look at your success here, and then you look across the border in the political entity we call the United States, what are your hopes for South? Like, what would you like to see spreading from what you guys have accomplished up here?
Thanks, Michael. Well, part of the magic of what has happened here is that it's been built out of the respect of the nationhood and sovereignty of each one of the nations in the room. So we would never purport to tell you how to do it. We're hoping that we can serve as an example and that any lessons learned can be shared, because quite frankly, it is critical for Guardians to be doing what they do. We are in a place of crisis. We have a dual crisis of climate change and the loss of biodiversity, but we are also in a social crisis in many ways. And part of what's been beautiful here is that I felt that connection, the love, the understanding, the openness. That's what's going to ensure that as societies we continue to thrive. And so whatever lessons we can share, that would be really important. The other thing to realize, Michael, is that much of the funding of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative also comes from the United States. We have partners in philanthropy from the US that have helped build up the ILI from its very nascent beginnings in the early 2010s, but really even before then. And we feel a certain responsibility to also give back to the communities that have helped us build up here in what is now known as Canada.
Great. And I should say in transparency, our partnership with ILI includes this collegiality and knowledge transfer, but also financial support to ILI from Nia Terra. So Frank, what about Land Needs Guardians that you know of so well might from your perch, what do you think might translate into the US? What is possible?
I think it's all transferable because we're Indigenous place-based peoples. It's been echoed time and time again about our relationship to the land and the sea. And we heard it right from the Governor General of Canada and all of the speakers that have reflected on us. And that's our common interest. I want to thank the Ainu and the Cree for demonstrating these values and ethics of sharing. That's a core and a fundamental value of Indigenous place-based people. And that's what I think we need to do. I mean, this border isn't our border. This is a construct of nation states. And so we're the First Nations, we're the First Peoples. And the point is to be self-determining. To Valerie's point about the resources, thank you so much for the accolades from our Native American and sisters. But you're doing great work over there as well. I was just down in Seattle, and Native American women's leading a conservation campaign, and there's a shift down there around Indigenous-led conservation. I think that, this is something that we're going to manifest in a new form. We aren't who our ancestors were. We have different challenges than they had, and we will adapt and adopt according to the resiliency that exists within our societies. To that end, I want to take you through a really quick presentation. My community of Bella Bella hosted the Tribal Canoe Journeys in 2014. As a part of that, it was called Gatuwas, which means people gathering together. Those canoe styles, I really enjoyed the presentation on the skin boat. And then I went to the birch bark presentation as well. It was amazing. That's a part of our common history across this great continent. You know, for our region, this is directly linked in on the west side of this continent. All of the tribes here, when we hosted the gathering, you know, we said we're going to unify the people of the coast. And the idea was to establish, our theme of our gathering was uniting the people of the big houses, potlatches, and canoes, and affirming our relationship to the land and sea and upholding our ancestral laws. Because that was stripped away by discriminatory legislation and racist policies that was trying to separate us from our land. So we're rebuilding our social and political and cultural relations. And when we hosted the tribal canoe journeys, thousands and thousands of Native people gather on the tribal canoe journeys. I said, it's not only canoe pullers, they're leaders that are self-selecting, that are coming to Bella Bella. And at the time, I was the chairman of our Economic Development Corporation. We put this accord together that looked at exploring Indigenous nation-to-nation commerce and trade we had. And the output was this agreement in principle to work together. This presentation is online, by the way. It's called the Gatuwas Accord, and we did it in 2014. And these are the tribes that came to my community of Bella Bella. It was massive. Over 50 canoes, sometimes 100, hundreds of canoes, thousands of paddlers on the water. So what we're talking about here has been going on for millennia. It was referenced in previous conversations throughout the last 3 days, and we're renewing that. And we talk about the work that we're doing to tell our stories, and we worked on these legacy projects. I just opened an exhibit at the Royal BC Museum on canoes. We spent 6 years training our people. They got over 100 youth, got 37 transferable credits toward a tourism undergrad. Now we're looking at a combined guardian guide credential moving forward to create employment and economic opportunity for our people. It's a value of our people to share. That's how we survived. We shared, we traded, we had commerce and trade throughout this whole continent. You know, the obsidian blades that came from way up in the mountains when we're on the coast, and so on and so on. And so we've worked very hard to advance this notion of the Gatuwas Accord and Indigenous nation-to-nation commerce and trade. And it came right out of this work, and I haven't given it the amount of time that it needs, because we've been banging off 1 or 2 projects a year for the last 9 years. And now we're going to give this a bit more focus. And it's there. It's all in us. It's all in us. This is who we are. We've got to talk to our elders, our knowledge keepers. And as I said, our current dilemma isn't, you know, we're not who our ancestors were, but we have the ability to think this thing through and come up with something that's going to be effective for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. That's an important perspective. That's really, really great. Michelle and Eustaquio, when you hear this, what inspires you? What do you think, especially with the sharing point and the fact that this has been going on for millennia? How does that land in Yucatec, for instance? Like what could you take in your community and to help you start to build the guardianship program and plug into a larger network if it existed?
Well, I think thank you. Seeing all of you and seeing how you cooperate and you collaborate with one another. We do, but we don't do it to the extent that I see here. And I am just so grateful for this opportunity to see this and to be able to take this tremendous gathering with so much hope and inspiration, and to take that home and really begin to build our Guardians program with that in mind. It's so important, and you are all so important to where we in Yakutat go from here.
Thank you, Michelle. a variation on this. So all this inspiration and power here, but in the United States, many of us are so excited by your new boss, Secretary Haaland, and the just the historic position that she holds. What from here do you think you would take to tell her?
You know, Secretary Haaland is the first Indigenous woman to serve in a cabinet position in the United States. And when you really think about it, it's about time. You know, by way of Secretary Order 3410, she issued an order to restore the wild bison population in the northern Great Plains. And so it's a tremendous lift, a tremendous work. But when I close my eyes and we think back, you know, hundreds of thousands of bison used to run from Canada through the northern Great Plains all the way down to Mexico. And people don't think about that. They don't talk about that. And so the bison didn't know a border. And so what we can bring back is this cooperation, the guidance from all of you to help elevate some of that work and to do it in the way that, you know, that you guys have shown and really inspired all of us through cooperation and through sharing and by putting egos aside and going with best practices moving forward.
Beautiful. Talking about the bison and the fact that this political boundary between Canada and the United States is artificial, and the sharing has been going on for millennia. I'm thinking back about like another one of our partnerships at the Neotero is with the Blackfeet and helping them in a global network that we're partnering with of guardians around the world that we call Wayfinder Circle. I should say that the Hiltzik are a member of the Wayfinder Circle as well. But also helping the Blackfeet with a budding guardianship program themselves. But their tribe spans a border, an artificial border as well. And that happens over and over all over the place. Could you guys comment on the sort of the opportunity of that artificial border, like you say, between our legs, or and the problems that it presents? Anybody? Val, you want to start?
Well, I do say that the border was put between our legs. I mean, it really isn't a construct of Indigenous peoples to have this very straight line across the 49th parallel that have separated the nations, and how traumatic that separation has been. And I've heard from the Blackfeet about how traumatic the differences in opportunities for Blackfeet on what is now known as Canada versus what is now known as the United States. And the trauma of the pandemic when that border was closed, where they could not see their relations and meet across that border. I also think that in many ways, I'm hopeful that part of the advancements in our relationships with crown governments or with public governments here versus the opportunities in the US, we should just continually lift each other up. There shouldn't be this weird kind of up and down and variety of experiences with the relationships with governments. Like, as Ethel said, it is not an accident that 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is found on lands that are cared for and loved by Indigenous peoples, despite the fact that we are an infinitesimal number compared to the population of the world. Many of you know of the 8th fire prophecy, and from our Anishinaabe brothers and sisters who talk about this is the time of leadership for Indigenous peoples. This is the time when other peoples will look for guidance in terms of the relationship with the land. And the more that we can lift each other up and work not only across North America, but in other parts of the globe, I think the better the planet will be. And like I said, the better our societies will be. This pressure on crisis and the human nature is really to kind of insulate and become more conservative as things become more certain around us. But that's exactly the wrong thing to do. And so at the ILI, we believe chaos is opportunity, as you can tell by some of this work that we've done. This is the time to take all of our power, all of our energy, all of our voices, and make this a global movement. Make this the way that we can advance.
Thank you, Val.
one of the things that we've been focusing on, I've been in transboundary conversations with Native Americans from Washington, Alaskan Natives, and First Nations from Canada. And when I leave here next week, we're going to be convening in Lummi, Washington to talk about this very issue. And then when we first began the conversation, we said there's a lot of divisive issues, but let's concentrate on things that that can unify us. And what we agreed on the West Coast was salmon. Just like that previous conversation about caribou and how do we share, and this idea of being able to move. We know things are going to tighten up. We know that climate change is going to have its impacts. So as leaders, we have a responsibility to look after our communities. And how we do that is address food security. And that's why I mentioned the Gatuwas Accord, because we can supply food to you from the West Coast. I heard that loud and clear. They started talking about caribou, then it opened up a conversation about all of this other food, and not only the food for our FSC, food, social, and ceremonial, but also for the commercial opportunities. And so it's building this conservation economy that works for us, that is palatable to the lifestyle of the Indigenous place-based peoples. That's something that we could sleep at night, that we're not abandoning our traditional values. And so building our own economy, building our own support systems, because when push comes to shove, when things get really tight, we're going to be looking to our friends and relatives for support. So it's imperative we build these alliances.
Beautiful. Thank you. Eustachio, did you want to jump in or on the border? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great. Good. So I want to again invite you to jump in with advice or comment or a question if you have it. The lights are pretty bright, so you might have to wave it, but if you have one, let us know and we'll get a mic to you. So this network, Land Needs Guardians, again, didn't happen by accident. A lot of effort over a long period of time was put into it by all of you and you guys and whatever. And part of that was changing the public's mind. And how did you do that? And although we're sister countries, US and Canada, we're also really different. How do the lessons about changing the public's perception about guardianship, how does that translate? I should say at Neotero, we sort of think about this as well. We have a sort of building, a elaborate, rich storytelling department that's creating Indigenous created content. But we're still learning too about how to sort of bring this Indigenous voice and message about guardianship to the world and to change people's minds. So Val?
Thanks, Michael. We did that in a number of ways. First, the coming of having Prime Minister Trudeau elected in 2015, when one of the first things he said as Prime Minister was the most important relationship for him personally and for the country is the relationship with Indigenous peoples in Canada. That created an opening. He is modeling the aspiration, and it's really important that then trickle down. It's like Secretary Holland, modeling that aspiration within the executive of the US government. That was an important moment. And then subsequent ministers of environment and climate change who have recognized that the only way a country like Canada could achieve its international obligations with respect to conservation is by partnering with Indigenous peoples, also created an opportunity. But let's be clear, we live in a colonial racist system. And we live with that every day. It is an uphill battle. 80% of the Canadian population is very near the American border. And a lot of Canadians, we're 3% of the population, a lot of Canadians have never met an Indigenous person. And so their political action is informed by the bias of media, which has painted us as lazy, tax costing, sucks on the public tax space. I don't want to, I'm not exaggerating. And that is a problem. And as we know, because we've gone through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Two Spirits Commission, all of the subsequent exercises, Canadians don't know their history. And so we are in an uphill battle. But luckily, We have so many good allies. So many of those allies are in this room or watching on the live stream. And we thank you. We thank you for being the allies and knowing in your heart what is right. And what is right is recognizing all of us, each one of us as individuals and as collectives for what we can bring to society. The Land Needs Guardians campaign was launched in 2020, only a month before the pandemic shut everything down. Since that time, we have nearly 100,000 Canadians who signed on and said, I believe in this movement and I will take action to help you move forward. That's been key. And not only that, but because of the way that, by the way, all of you are signed up to Land Needs Guardians, right? landneedsguardians.ca, sign your name, please. We need it. And you'll notice when you sign up that we ask for your postal code. That's not because we want to do something nefarious with that. It's really because part of our, when Frank and I and others are on Parliament Hill advocating for the work of Guardians, but also for Indigenous-led conservation and nationhood generally, sometimes we get members of Parliament who say, well, when I knock on the doors of my constituency, I never hear the word Indigenous or environment. It's not really a thing for us. But then I can go into the Land Needs Guardians and say, no, actually, you've got 9,000 people in your riding that believe in this, and that makes them listen. So all of those instruments that we use, all of the social media, the videos, I do want to give a shout out for the most amazing communications team that the ILI has. You know, in the short 5 years that we've been moving forward with our communications team in the current form, ILI now and all of our associated social platforms, Boreal Conservation and Land Needs Guardians, we have the second largest social media following in Canada. And that's second only to the David Suzuki Foundation, which has existed for a number of years, and they've done great work. But that sort of thing, that sort of investment is necessary. We have to show Canadians the way, right? Mandalorian, this is the way.
Frank, go ahead.
So,
and then Eustachio, I want to get your and Michelle's thoughts on the U.S. public. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to just remind us of the comments that Dave Porter made about eco-colonialism. You know, he said the days are gone when other people are going to be, coming into our territories and basically absorbing those resources to look after our lands. We're quite capable of doing that ourselves. And we have to control the narrative. I agree, there's systemic issues, systemic barriers that we're dealing with as Indigenous people of this land, but we are resilient, and we have to come together. These resources, the philanthropic resources. I commend the Native American community for establishing this incredible organization to basically have the money go directly to the Native American community, and we should be doing that here in Canada. We have challenges. We need those resources. I talked to Guardians and they're saying we don't have long-term stable funding to do this work. We need to work harder to make sure you have the resources to do this work. And that's why we're asking for your direction and your support and your guidance. And so that's a part of the story. And then as the teachings go, our proverbial circle expands into with our neighbors, our friends and neighbors, and how we support each other and share information. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. I want to get I see you over there. I want to get the U.S. perspective here on the changing the public's mind. I think it was yesterday morning, I believe it was Ed and the first panel talked about assertion rather than permission. And that really powerfully resonates. I can also see that freaking out some of the U.S. public. And because when I talk about this work and to US audiences, people say, but we love our national parks. Are you saying you're gonna take those away? So how important is it to make, and how possible is it to change people's minds in the US, you guys?
Well, I think that the United States needs a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I think that could go a long way towards at least familiarizing the majority of the population about our Native Americans, our Alaska Natives, our Native Hawaiians, as to who we are. I think it's pretty tough to change minds without a commitment like a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I'm in my family, I'm the first generation that didn't go to boarding school. And our people learned the rules really well. We learned to follow the borders and the boundaries and all of the rules that were put in place, really to make less of us and to take things away from us and to disempower us. And we're learning our way back. But it's tougher in the United States. Well, I don't know if it's tougher, but I find that it's tough.
Our stories are so powerful. And I believe that through telling of our stories and through prayer, and we do ask for your prayers so that we can go about this work in a good way. But I think that through that combination, we're going to be able to share our stories and change people's hearts and minds. But good work is contagious. A lot of the things that you guys are doing up here in Canada have found their way back down south in the US. So we rely on you to continue to power that force for good, and that we can share down in the United States. So.
Thank you, Eustachio. We have just a couple of minutes. I'm going to give you the mic if you want to ask questions. Oh, you have one. Good, great.
Thank you. Sazi Gary Bailey, Kanata. Name's Gary Bailey, President, Northwest Territory Métis Nation back home in the Northwest Territories. Represent Hay River, Fort Smith, and Fort Resolution. Fort Resolution is one of the oldest communities in the Northwest Territories, established in 1819 and recognized as a Canadian heritage site. It's important to see what we're doing here. I'd like to, first of all, thank ILI for inviting us here as Métis people. It's a First Nation gathering. I always believe Métis are a First Nation. We're a First Nation of Métis. We come from the First Nations as well. So we're very unique, as they always say, but we are the same. I'm very, very impressed to see everybody doing what we're doing. It shouldn't be unique what we're doing. You look at the Canadian national anthem, it says our home and native land. So why is it so unique that we want to get involved in governing our lands? I'm going to say something, I hope nobody gets offended, but you look at the Canadian flag, take a really good look at it. It's red and it's white on the outside. And you see, if you look at it, you see two faces together like that. It looks like the two white people are fighting over the native land, and I've always looked at it that way. But, we have to keep doing this. I mean, you look at our lands back home, we just had a big extreme flood. We've had fires this year. The water's very shallow again. The lands change. The governments want development. I mean, we're not against development, but we've got to sustain our main areas. We've got to protect them, see what's going on. And then we can move on with our development, settle our land claims, and make sure that we're benefiting from the resources that come out there. It's very important to continue this type of gathering, have everybody involved. I'm very impressed seeing it. I'm not going to say too much. We are the Métis Nation. We're the only Métis Nation in Canada that's negotiating a land and resource deal with the federal government, which includes self-government. Everybody else is provincial government or something, but we're actually negotiating directly with the federal government. So history is in the making. Eventually, we're going to get back together, and this is the beginning. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing us along and seeing everybody doing what we're doing. I was raised in the community of Fort Resolution. I lived off the land. I was taught everything. I was fortunate when I was young. We had summer camps. We were able to go spend 2 months out at the camps every summer and do exactly what you guys are doing here. We're creating a guardianship program in the north right now with the Métis Nation. We've also been part of the Tatananena negotiation process. We are one of the beneficiaries of that process. We negotiated that agreement. We're doing the same thing with Wood Buffalo National Park, getting some guardian programs going there and getting into maybe renaming the park because we were kicked out of the park in 1923. And we're trying to get reestablished back in there. And of course, that's a battle when we're dealing with reconciliation and a redress of the park and reconciliation. In order to do that, we all need to be able to tell our stories and talk about, what happened to our people. We talk about residential schools, all that stuff. It's all a good start. But when you're talking about the whole picture, it was a lot more than just that happened to us. And it's great to see everybody back getting grounded on their homelands. That's what you need. I travel a lot. I think I figured out my hours of overtime without pay. It was like over 300-400 hours. But that's what we got to do. You got to bring in those youth, bring them in young, get them to feel the pride of our lands, because that's what we're going to fall back on. It's not all about development. If you forget about your culture, your identity, and who you are, you're going to be lost for a long time. So I want to thank you guys. And we're talking about bringing in the states as well for doing that stuff. We all have to do that in order for us to coexist and survive with one another and respect one another. I notice a lot of French being spoken here, and we talk about colonialism and stuff, and I see that. I know we had to do that. I can't do it. I can barely speak my own language. That's why I give a little introduction in the Chippewa language, just to continue to try to keep that going, get our youth. Our youth speak a lot better than me in a lot of ways. So thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I do have Arthur Beck with me from Fort Resolution. He's the president of Fort Resolution Métis Government Council. I have Mr. Andrew Stanley, our famous man for getting on the land and doing his videos. He's from Hay River. He learned from Arthur as well. As a youth, starting to bring it out there for the public. Lauren Napier is our manager, land and resource. We have another guy, he's actually working, John McDonald, who came down here. So I just wanted to introduce them and let everybody know we're here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your comments. Gratitude very much. I know we're over. I want to just give the panel a run at your last comments, last thoughts before we go. Michelle?
Just before you go.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you. I apologize.
Sie Arthur Beck soll jetzt sie träne so dann jastere. Sie jetzt hier tritt so dann jastere nie dann das. My name is Arthur Beck, and I'm the president of Fort Louis Métis Government, the oldest community in Northwest Territories. And I speak the language very well. And I was very impressed with everything as you are all doing to protect the land for the future generations to come. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. Michelle, close this out.
Thank you. I have to say, Gunesh Cheesh, Gunesh Cheesh, Gunesh Cheesh. I take away a full heart. I am grateful for all of your work and your leadership, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you for including me.
Tlasokamati, Cuatlanushamash. I'm also leaving with my heart full and a lot of notes. So we do ask for your prayers and support as we go about this work and keep up doing the good work and modeling this for us. So Cuatlanushamash.
Thank you, Michael, for moderating this panel. We are family. We are here, and we really much look forward to working with you and being as excited as you are in reaching the potential of what guardianship could look like, not only in North America, but around the world. And we hope that, other global allies, anybody watching online, please share the message. The more voices we have working towards and supporting this good work and doing it in the right way, the better our lands and waters will be and the better our cultures will thrive. So I look forward to being any part that we can in seeing that happen.
Thank you, Frank. I share the sentiment. I'm just with a full heart and so much gratitude. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. It's hard sometimes to know that you might be in a historic moment, but honestly, this feels like a historic pivot point. And I think if we look back in 5-10 years to this moment, this will be an inflection point where things really started to change. We're very, very hopeful. Thank you so much.
Miigwech, thank you. So our brother Estacio mentioned how interesting it is to hear all the indigenous languages in this room. So we encourage you to say land need guardians in your own language. Please stand up and say it out loud. It's a suggestion from our brother David here. So you might please say it and express it and go support the movement online as well. Let's hear it. Anyone else? Yeah. Yes, it does. So please, we have a break for lunch. We're going to be back at 1 o'clock sharp because we have to catch up with time. Alors, le pause dîner et on revient ici pour 13 heures, s'il vous plaît. Just gonna do main of the top.
I'm gonna make some opening comments. I'll introduce you first, and then do your 20 minutes, and then we're gonna open it up to the floor as much as we can. I'll glance back. Slow down, speed up. Okay. All right, we'll point there.
All right. So we're going to continue this afternoon with our panel moderated by Miles Richardson from the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and our guest Melissa Saganash from Cree Nation Government, and as well with Paul John Murdoch, Cree Nation Government. Welcome.
Thank you. Hawa, Madam Chairman. I am Kilslai Kaji Sting. I am Miles Richardson from the Haida Nation off the west coast of British Columbia. And I think importantly, given our last panel from the southern part of Alaska, half of our people are on the US side of the Canada-US border through Dixon Entrance. And I'm really happy to participate in today's panel on the path to nationhood. I know it's an issue that I've been speaking about continually through at the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, and as we've developed this National Guardians Network, it's been a driving fundamental value shared by First Nations throughout this country, shared by Indigenous peoples throughout this country. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the unceded Algonquin territory on which we're meeting today, and thank the Algonquin people for their welcoming us here and allowing us to conduct our business and with proper ceremony. I'm going to make a few brief opening comments, and then I'm going to introduce our guests from the Grand Council of the Crees of Quebec and have them make a presentation. And really importantly, I want to open the floor to you for about half of our hour and to invite you and hear from you as briefly and concisely so we can hear from many of you about opportunities and obstacles that each of you have faced on your path to nationhood as you've implemented your Guardians programs in your territory. This is a really important opportunity to do that. And I think rather than speechify for 45 minutes, I think that it'd be a really good use of our time to share, because over the last 2 days, I, for one, have been really pleasantly encouraged by the stories and experiences that you've shared with each other in the course of our agenda on your path to nationhood. You know, when Val reminded us this morning, when the Indigenous Leadership Initiative got together, it was founded based on an effort to conserve Canada's portion of the boreal forests, which go right around the polar regions of the globe. But in Canada, there was a big initiative through the International Boreal Conservation Council to conserve Canada's boreal forest. And soon they found they had partnerships with governments and industry in that pursuit. And soon they found that one thing that they needed to do if they were going to be successful in this undertaking was partner with First Nations, with Indigenous people. And further, they found partnering with Indigenous people had to mean more than giving them the crumbs off their table of what was left over after they were all done. That Indigenous people had their own stories of their place in their territories, of their relationship to the boreal forest in their territories, and what their relationship would look like going forward. And Indigenous people stepped to the forefront at that time and formed the Indigenous Leadership Initiative. A core value, a core foundation of that Indigenous Leadership Initiative was celebrating and supporting our nationhood. Each of us in our territories has long histories, have long and ancient stories that have evolved over millennia, over hundreds of generations that continue to today. And we are but the living generation of our peoples in each of our territories. And as we've observed that humankind has got ourselves in a bit of trouble around this globe, we've observed that a big part of our problems as Indigenous people is from this nation state that's occupied our homes, that's occupied the same territories we've thrived on for millennia, has had its foot on our throat, has had its foot on our neck, and is denying who we are as peoples, denying our story in our territories, our responsibilities, and the fundamental rights that we ought to enjoy as human beings. So the challenge became, how do we work together to conserve our areas? And Canada stepped in to the human challenge facilitated through the United Nations of setting conservation targets for nations. Canada set terrestrial and marine conservation targets and set out to achieve those. And as the minister, again, Guilbeault reminded us yesterday, quickly found that there was no hope of Canada achieving those targets without Indigenous leadership. So an Indigenous people stepped forward and made it clear that for us to partner with First Nations, Canada needed, and the international community needed, to respect our nationhood. And Val told the story very well about the 10 or so year journey that the ILI has had to working with each of you, and every one of you are every bit as important as the organization of the ILI in establishing this National Indigenous Guardians Network. So I think really give each of yourselves a pat on the back and take credit for what I think is a what do you call it? A moment of inflection, a turning point in relations with Canada and with the Crown. And I'd like to hear, after we hear from the Grand Council of the Crees of Quebec, some of your experiences on that road. I'll tell you my experience from Haida Gwaii. At one time, I was a young leader, president of the Haida Nation of my people, and our elders were that we have no doubt about who we are and who's causing us pain. And finally, after 100 years or so of waiting for justice from Canada, our elders got impatient and they told us as young leaders that if we're going to thrive again, we can't wait for justice from them. We have to uphold our responsibilities as a living generation of our people. We need to steward and look after the richness of our homelands and seas that we've inherited, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. If other people don't agree, you gotta fight them. You've gotta assert our responsibility on top of that. And one of the first things our people did is we built a modern written constitution that put in place a written version of our Haida laws. Anybody else in the world can understand them. We put in place a land and marine use plan over our territories based on our values, nobody else's. And we set up mechanisms to implement those plans. Now, the first one of that was what I'd call our version of a Guardians program. 30 years ago, we set up the Haida Gwaii Watchmen, which today stewards 100% of our islands through the Council of the Haida Nation. I want you, our manager for the Haida Gwaii Watchmen is, I'm really happy she's attending this National Guardians gathering with all of you. Upsi Moody, would you stand up, please, and be recognized? So shoulder to shoulder with you, we'll continue to go forward and uphold our generation's responsibility to our homelands. And I know, looking at each of you, humankind is in good hands. Climate change, biodiversity loss, through our people, through your leadership, through your efforts, we're gonna get there. How up for your involvement. Also, when I was, and this nationhood being ancient, but the main thing we've got to do is believe it. We've got to believe our story of who we are in our territories. And we've got to trust our cultures. Our cultures have all the answers. It's not an accident that we continue to exist today. It defies logic that I should be able to stand in front of you and pound my chest as the living generation of my people, or the Heiltsuk, or the Crees, or the Algonquins. But we have made it. We have made it to this point. And the reason we've made it, if you ask me, is because of the strength of our cultures, and the answers lie in our cultures. And when I was a young leader, I came home from school, from university, and we had an annual meeting as we're forming our Council of the Haida Nation, our modern government and our constitution. And who's our speaker at our annual assembly? Grand Chief Billy Diamond from the Grand Council of the Crees of Quebec. And he just stood up and told us about the battle of their people. They're threatening to drill for oil and gas in our oceans. And he was talking about their threat to put hydro dams in their territory in northern Quebec, and how they were not going to stand for it. And a lot of water has gone under the bridge, and they can tell their story much better than I can. But look at them today. All of the challenges that their story of nationhood has endured, has faced, and the success, they're de facto in charge of their territory as much as anybody is today. And any of you looking for an example of success or an example to the future can learn from them. And I'm really, really excited to hear from them today. So I'm really pleased to introduce Melissa Saganash of the Cree Nation government, and Paul John Murdoch from the Cree Nation government. Please come forward or sit if you'd like to sit down.
Omshchian, I Nuina Naskama Nadia Saganash. We are think a bit to the Dukshian Utenji to the Butsman Diamonan. Motion suggestion a Gwejum Gia to the Witma Dande Euchiat, Dande Wichiat, Dane Stea. Gang Mr. Shagway Moy, Nadia, Jeep Kamau, Aknijimachinu Stambu, a Gwachi Dega Goisets. Digam Histman Giaman Egazitinzi. Because before I start, I thank you very much for the introduction, the words. It's a perfect introduction into some of the things that we wanted to share. Because just the title of the panel, Nationhood, it has everything to do with how we see ourselves, how we feel about ourselves. That's the instinct. That's what drives every action. That you have to take, whether it's with the government or whether it's a developer or a guest or even a fellow nation. So I wanted to begin with actually something kind of personal. If we could put the PowerPoint presentation up, I want to show you one of my favorite paintings, and I want to thank Philip Awashish for bringing this painting to my attention. Consider Philip Awashish, he's like the John Quincy Adams of the Cree Nation. And it's so cool that we get to speak to him today and on a regular basis. But so Philip brought this painting to my attention, and I love this painting. As Native people, you might kind of ask, well, this is kind of an odd painting to choose as something you say you love. But it's the context, it's what's behind it. This painting was painted by a gentleman named Benjamin West. He painted it in 1770. Benjamin West, and back then, he did paintings of like biblical paintings, showing what's going on in the Bible. And this was his first kind of North America painting. And when he unveiled it in England in 1770, they lined up for miles around the block to look at this painting. Now, the painting portrays 1759, the battle on the Plains of Abraham. If you look in the close detail in the back, you see, well, Montcalm is getting shot or attacked or something. And then in the sort of middle there, you see Wolfe, General Wolfe, so use the English Wolfe, in the process of dying from his wounds on the battlefield. So it portrayed that battle where, the British Empire gets its foothold in North America. The war is settled between the French and the English, and and they lay their claims and so on. Going to a museum, that's about the extent of the explanation you're going to get. But look at it a little bit closer. And I remember seeing this painting before in the history books, and I had to memorize the dates like any other student. And then I remember after Philip Awashish was talking about it, and he's like, look at the faces on the people there. Okay, Wolfe's dying, so he gets to be a little overly dramatic. But everybody else is kind of super dramatic as well. There's a religious guy, his hat got knocked to the ground. But look who's right front and center in the middle, bored out of his mind. Completely disinterested, couldn't be bothered by any of this. And he's armed. He has his weapons. He's got his gun, he's got his axe. And I mean, this is maybe the fanboy side of me, but if you're a young boy or young girl and you're looking for somebody to emulate in that picture, I mean, I want to emulate the guy who's ripped. Like he's, look how the other guys are wearing tights on a battlefield in mud. So when you see that, this is 1770, and England, like I said, they lined up for blocks. Benjamin West was what would be the Steven Spielberg of his time, communicating things. And the shock and the imagery and the way they saw it, look how they saw us. They did not see us as victims. They did not see us as second class. They saw us something to be feared, something to be revered, something that was not really affected by all the crazy things that they were doing. That's the way it was in 1770. And when we talk about today in the Cree world, and there's a lot of sharing going on about land keepers, but I want to speak a little bit to the context in which the land keepers in the USG are working today. In this picture, you'll see Chief Rodney Mark in the top right corner, good friend of mine. I met him, well, he hired me in the early 2000s. He had a mining company knocking on the door. Unfortunately, it's always in the context of reaction to natural resource development where we have to impose our nationhood. But so Rodney approached me and he said, I have a mining company. They want to do something in Wemiji territory. Kind of not sure how I want to approach this. And I said, well, what do you want to do? And he said, is there any way we could do this without fighting? Is there any way, like, couldn't they just listen or just kind of respect who we are? Can we start like that? And I said, well, let's start like that. I mean, there's nothing to say we have to start with an injunction. Let's start like that. In the photo on the bottom right, you see Michael Meapo and his wife Louise. The first time I spoke to them about the mine that's coming, it's on their trap line. I was dressed a little bit like this, and Louise says, "Calm down. I used to change your diapers." So that kind of brings me back to earth, and I'm not going to be overly impressed by all the knowledge I have of the Canadian legal system. So it was Michael and Louise, and Michael, the community really gave it to him. He's the one who has the knowledge of the whole area. He's the one whose aunt is buried half a kilometer from the site that's in question. He's the one who knows where the animals are, where the waters are, where the sturgeon is. There's no way this project a project could happen without him. Very early on, before we settled anything, before there was an IBA, before a single piece of dirt was moved, we had an agreement that the company was going to recognize his traditional authority. And they signed a letter of undertaking to that effect. And they were like, what does that mean? I said, I don't know, you're gonna have to ask Michael. And as we went along, the community seeing that, the mining company, the government regulators, the Cree Nation government representatives were following the person who had the most knowledge on the land. That's why the community was comfortable with us to go forward. That's the starting point always. You look ridiculous talking about land and animals that you know nothing about. You don't know where they are. And you will get tested on that credibility standing at a general assembly or in a public meeting or in front of a council. That project, all the employment, all the environmental innovations that came out of there, that project has set the absolute standard that nobody's talking about for water filtration. And basically they forced the mining company to build a giant bowl, and every drop of water that goes in there is filtered. So even the water that's in their parking lot, but those were things that Michael insisted on, the tally map. So when our land users are out there on the land, it's so good to see that their first reflex is to go to those people working with that existing system. Unfortunately, Michael passed away, and what you see in the picture there is a painting that was given, well, it was given to the family, but loaned to the company. And the company was told, this has to hang wherever workers or guests come. They have to see this painting first before they see anything else that you're doing on the territory. And when the project's over in reclamation, painting will go back to the family. Another person I wanted to talk about, this gentleman, Saunders, we just called him Saunders. Saunders he's a good friend of my grandfather's. They have that same voice where it's just naturally high and loud, so it feels like he's yelling at you all the time, but even when he's trying to compliment you. But this is one of our rock stars. If ever I got to do one of the paintings and I'm gonna put somebody in the forefront, I'm putting Saunders in the front. The diversion of the Rupert River was a very, very difficult project. It was very, very scary, very challenging. And one of the scariest moments was how it affected Smoky Hill. Those are the rapids that you see in that picture. Pre-project, we would harvest 26,000 fish at that site every year, which was distributed to all of the communities. There was nothing commercial about it. It was just shared with all of the communities. We honestly did not really know. There were commitments that we would save that site, but we weren't really sure what was going to happen. Project gets implemented. The first year, I think we dropped below 1,000 fish harvested that year. It was panic. There was a conference that was held. Hydrologists, engineers, biologists from all over the world were brought together. Nobody could come up with a solution because nobody had ever seen something like this on this scale. Finally, Saunders got fed up and said, give me a bulldozer and a loader and go away. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to Cree Nation government. I don't want to talk to Quebec government. I don't want to talk to Hydro-Quebec. All of you guys just go away. Just leave me here with my sons with this machinery and we'll sort it out. They reshaped the riverbed a year later. And as of today, we're back up to the traditional levels of harvesting fish in that area. And that's all Saunders Wischi. It drove me nuts. I went to a conference and I saw somebody. I went to a conference and I saw a biologist taking credit for it, and I was like, so anyway, I started asking questions and they looked really stupid. So you can make people look stupid, not just at our assembly, but even at conferences when they try and take credit for the knowledge of our people. I'm trying to go quickly so that we have discussion, like we said. I like this map because it shows all the trap lines in EUSG. The things that I'm talking about, like Saunders right now, go in September to Waskaganish, he'll be yelling at you today. You know, he's alive and well, setting the rules, telling people where to park, you know, managing all kinds of things. Working with a tallyman named Brian Wapnagabo in East Main Territory. He's the one telling mining companies what he wants, what he doesn't want to see, what he wants to see in traffic, what's acceptable, what isn't acceptable. Speaking with Georgia Washish in Miss Disney territory, there's a reclamation project going on there. He's imposing his will. Coming back to the Rupert project, in the very beginning, the design of the project, because it's all being done remotely, they hadn't even been on the ground. There was a tallyman by the name of Tommy Neposh. And I remember we were in the meeting, we were limited on resources, specialists that could come with us in the meeting. And you wouldn't be surprised that it was Billy Diamond who said he was the negotiator. And he said, go get the land users. Go get the land users. They're going to be sitting with us in the meeting. They will be our advisors. So we're sitting there. We had SNC Lavalin, about 4 engineers, and we had 6 tallymen, land users sitting on our side. It was the first time we had an all Cree team. Legal counsel was Cree, negotiator, all advisors were Cree. And seeing those gentlemen go toe to toe with a firm like SNC Lavalin and those engineers, it was Tommy Neposh's family who came up with the idea. And you know, they're looking at surveying and LiDAR and all of this stuff. Tommy's going by memory. And he says, you know, in that river basin, if you dig a 2-kilometer tunnel under this mountain to get into that river basin, there's, he said it'll be a lot better on the land. They measured it. There was about 150 square kilometers that would not be flooded based on that suggestion. And they did it. They did a tunnel 2 kilometers underground. It solved all kinds of problems, less flooding. It avoided legal problems because there was territory that didn't need to be expropriated. But that was Tommy Neposh who comes up with that idea. It's on the SNC Lavalin website as something that they're bragging about, but he was the one who came up with the idea just from remembering in his mind, looking at what that land looks like. And it was the family in the whole project, half their traditional lands were going to be flooded. And that old man said that he was willing to do this. He was willing to make this sacrifice because of the resources it was going to give the community. And his family had asked, could we just get a letter from the premier recognizing that it's Tommy Neposh who, I'm still working on getting that letter. And so like I said, this is alive, this is today. I went on a Skidoo expedition this year. I walked from Weemingie to East Main. It was great walking 3 days, and we passed probably 30 people. There were tallymen who came, and it's amazing how that constant communication and connection, the amount of information that's passing. It was just a 3-day walk, but had I not met Morris Tomatuk, probably would have died on that trip. And I don't think I'm exaggerating there, because some of the things that he pointed out to me, like don't go there, there's wolves over there, it's kind of important. So it's real. This is the context that our land keepers work in. At the Cree Nation government, when we're sitting down with the Ministry of Wildlife, or we're sitting down with the Ministry of Forestry or Natural Resources, there is no doubt, there is no hesitation, there is no insecurity on the legitimacy of our demands and our right to impose our will on the territory. You know, going back to that painting, it reminded me, because it goes to the image you have of yourself. It reminded me of, I remember when we were kids and we were, you know, it'd be like the Diamond Clan, and we go to the lagoon, and let's say the Moore boys are there, and it's like, okay, now we got to fight because who gets to play in the lagoon? Can't believe we were fighting to who's going to play in the lagoon, but that was the funnest place to play in Waskaganish at that time. And we would stand there and we'd yell at each other. There was never actually any fighting, but we'd yell at each other like, you know, my Uncle Jimmy carried a moose 20 kilometers and he's going to beat the crap out of your dad. And they'd say, well, my Uncle Don, he carried 3 bears and he's going to beat the crap out of your dad. And we'd stand there just yelling at each other, you know, back and forth. And like when Rodney first spoke to me about the Eleanor Project and the role we would put Michael Miapo, the tallyman, in, he brought that up. He said, do you remember the way we saw the land users when we were kids? Do you remember the way we revered them? He said, I feel like that's going away. And he says, we have to do something to bring that back. We have to make sure we continue to revere them. And we don't want to lose that. And so I want to say a special thanks for, as a Cree person, we have our land keepers here. I believe they're over there somewhere, the light is a bit bright. We have Rodney Pedawabano, George, Willie, Benoit, Harry. I didn't see Harry. Oh, you see there? But Willie is. Na staatswina naskampno, esan gaideana edad wash, Gaisha Benjamin Machid needs him out. Gaisha Benjamin Machid, Jimmy Whiskey Jan, Billy Diamond, Sandy, Gaisha Benjamin Machid, and Squostognod, Quebec the Bates Esso, Nashtan Utsananod, a diag Jonathan How, a Wijigabu Stegud and Ziden the Hosod. Nastata Mstit and Naskam no, Gemstin and Naskam Nadia Sagnash, you adaptune edut. I just wanted to say in closing that I wanted to say thanks to these land keepers, to the land keepers, to Nadia Saganash for the hard work that she does, because I get to be that boy standing on the side of the lagoon again when I'm standing in front of a premier or a prime minister or a CEO of a mining company, and I get to feel my heart full with pride. And you know, I get to say, I saw Nadia Saganash carry 100 kilometers, 20 caribou. I saw Rodney Pedawabano carry 4 moose on his back, 1,000 kilometers. And they're gonna kick your ass if you don't listen.
Thank you, Paul. John will be available to answer questions for a few minutes, as will Melissa Saganash. If anybody has any questions for the Cree Nation representatives of Quebec area. I love your stories. I remember 5 years ago, I was on totally unrelated business, walking through the Chateau Laurier, and all of a sudden, I run into all these Indigenous people in the middle of the afternoon. And so I started looking or digging around, and I went into this ballroom. There's Matthew Kuncombe, Philip Awashish, and the little lawyer, James O'Reilly. And here you were celebrating the ratification of the Grand Council Constitution. That was a huge day. And like you said, John Paul, to everyone that knows in here, if you don't believe in your own sovereignty, if you don't believe in your own title, hell if anybody else is gonna. Shauna. Okay, we got one here.
Wache, JP and Melissa. For those of you that you don't know, JP is my cousin, but he's also my little brother. And that's why I'm sitting in the audience there saying, hey, this person. But JP is a very special person to me and such a brilliant guy. And we were sitting at lunch here and, he just mentioned in his speech that, he really thinks that we need to honor all of you guys out here. And so I don't want to take credit for your great idea. So I'm wondering if you just want to share with folks your great idea of how we need to honor all of these incredible guardians and land keepers who take care of the earth for all of us and all of our nations.
Hello? Okay. Actually, this idea comes from a conversation I had with Nadia and Chief Mark. Actually, we talked about it, but it was mostly that Nadia and I talking about it. It's a subtle thing. It might not sound like a big deal, but what we said is, why don't we have trading cards of the land keepers? That's how you get to the kids early. They're heroes or hockey players, baseball players, but if we'd have their photo, we have their profile on the back, what areas they're covering, the successes in conservation and things like that. That's it's a small thing, and yet it would elevate them. And I was telling Shauna, on top of it, we can say, ministers don't have trading cards. So.
And so all of you, you've heard that I'm the interim executive director of the new National Guardians Network. And so I was thinking, this sounds like a really good idea. and one other thing, so I want to riff off of JP's idea as well, is, because our leaders like Miles Richardson, like Frank Brown and Ethel Blond and Andrew and others that you've heard from in this room, like Philip Awashish, one of the elders who helped with our struggles in our territories. I think, alongside the Guardians, maybe we have to honor our leaders in the same way, because what Val has told me is that the people in this room, those caretakers of the lands, are our future politicians as well. And so let's hold up and make those linkages between the Guardians and our nationhood.
Is Eddie Vistrasil, who spoke yesterday, still in the room from Winnipeg? Tell us a little bit about your nationhood journey. I mean, I heard you end your talk yesterday saying assertion, not permission, about how you're getting organized and asserting your view of your place and your territory. And, that was very inspiring. I think a lot of people in here took heed from what you had to say.
Wow,
and that
Miles.
really on the ground experience.
I said, wow, Miles, thanks for that. Yeah, we've had quite a journey for sure. I'm not a politician in any way and don't ever intend on being. I'm more of a land keeper and protector myself. But it took us a long time. We went through the hydroelectric impacts in the 70s. We had our hardships, right? We've been through the residential schools. My mom herself, I didn't mention yesterday, was in a sanatorium. So we've had quite a long journey in getting through that devastation to our culture, really, right? And who we are. And they just totally devastated who, that river is part of, I believe, who I am as a Cree person, Nehithawak. So we've been so consumed through that for 40 years, 50 years, this hydro impacts. And I know a lot of our elders have went, to the grave with that hurt in their hearts. And we had to overcome it. I had to go, even myself, my own healing journey, had to come over that negativity and still could get in that mindset. So we had a settlement agreement, probably like many nations, the Cree Nation in Quebec, probably same kind of similar story. So we had trust funds set up. We had a lot of community programming. We never really Like we never believed in distributing the per capita, you know, through trust for monies and stuff that you get set up in your communities. It all went to community development. You know, I remember myself growing up, you know, going to the res. I grew up just off the res, but going on the res a lot. I remember the slop pails and no running water myself. This is me. I'm a young man. I remember that, right? So we've come a long way from settling on the hydro development. That's part of our story and our journey, who we are as a nation, is these hydro impacts and overcoming them. And so a lot of good started to happen throughout, you know, from the trust funds and setting up programming and people starting to work. And so I've watched a lot of that, you know, grow. You know, I watched things improve. I watched running water happen and paved roads. Like we had the old dusty res too, but, and yeah, so we started, we actually, you know, partnered with hydro. I think the mentality was, you know, the damage was done. They wanted to do a small dam along the river. We partnered in that, and we started looking as we progressed. You know, our numbers in our community started to improve from, you know, 95% unemployment to, you know, only 60% unemployment, which is a good improvement for a nation. So we're looking more and more at nationhood governance. You know, we started to get a lot more pride in ourselves and dust ourselves off and be proud of who we were. And our elders were important in some of the things I shared yesterday in our customary laws, right? Taking back who we were was so important. And all those, like those customary laws were so critical to our Constitution that we call Odaza-Wewin in our language. That's our Constitution, and all those key laws. And then we ratified first a land code for our reserve lands in 2017. Shortly after that, they were working on a constitution as well for quite some time, you know, probably a decade or so. And then we ratified our constitution. And right now, I think, you know, the indicator shows we're only about 33% dependent on Indian affairs, like the annual transfer payments from the federal government, which is pretty good, right? Like, so that means, you know, we're now probably $100 billion a year entity as a nation and growing, right? Like it keeps growing. We're getting more into economic development, but you know, my brothers I'm here with, you know, we still have to take care of the land. So that's what, you know, balance is so key. And so we're slowly building it up, right, to take it over as a nation. I don't know if that was what you're looking for.
No, that's just sharing your story. That these are tough challenges for leaders, and really leadership matters. You know, when leaders face a choice, do I take the easy road, you know, where there's a lot of money strewn on it to get along with something that might be wrong in my people's eyes, or do I lead my people, follow my people's direction, which might be a tougher road, but that's the one that's going to get you there in terms of building your nationhood. Those are inspiring stories. The fellow here, do you have a mic?
Hello.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Jonathan Gittigizik. That's who I know from Split Lake, Manitoba. And the way I am this, I gotta apologize that I notice myself when I speak at these events that I usually just pick up the mic and then just start speaking. I guess it's because that I always think that I'm right there all the time. But now I'm from the center of Canada. And then now that I know that you guys are all out there, I'm going to have a warm winter now thinking about you guys. But anyways, I have this idea, or it's been around for millennia, that our ancestors had a land use plan for thousands of years. I think which is why when they came over by their boat and they they seen the land so pristine that they thought that there was nobody around. But we've been around for millennia. And then now we're at that stage where they want us to develop a land use plan, which has been there all these years. You know, and with all your experience, I was gonna ask you, with the pictures of trap lines on there, we have about 75 trap lines on in our area, which I would like to, like I usually fly under my grandfather's way of life, where I don't listen to anybody else except from my grandfather's words. Like I fly that way. That's why whenever I attend a meeting or gathering from someplace else, I usually don't follow protocols. I just say what I gotta say. Like the echoes of my grandfather should have been taken. But anyways, the question I was trying to get at is through professionals is that looking at the trap line system, there was only 75 lines. And then now with the Charter of Rights and everything, the government is allocating these lines to their way. But we told them that we can't do that. You can't do that, you know. It's because it belongs to our future generations. We are just keeping it the best we can for their use, for their way of life in the future. So has there ever been an attempt to abolish, maybe, I'm not sure if that's the right word, but with the way trapping system is now, my boss said to me that, Jonathan, we have to find an alternative rather than the economic process of trapping, calling it trap lines and everything. And then some of our people have been so, I don't know, assimilated that when they pay for the land for $10, they tend to say that that's my land. But I reminded them, you know, we wait 1 year for $5 for treaty money. And then we pay $10 to use that for small economic purposes. But it's not even worth it now because I went spend 8 weeks up in Churchill River.
Jonathan, can we get an answer to your question?
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
I guess.
Yeah, hello?
Thank you.
Hello, okay. Amazing point. And there's some things that were talked about here at this conference that speak directly to that question. I'm always fascinated by, you know, everybody complains about the Indian Act. Few people have read it. It's oddly how few people even of the government have read it. All these legislative actions taken, like Indian Act, it says Indians. It doesn't say Crees, doesn't say Dene, it says Indians. That painting that I showed, they actually forget that there's a Native person in that painting. So all government action, what I found, and I got to learn, I went to law school, and one of my first professors was John Burroughs. And growing up the way I grew up, you know who my superheroes are. So there's a whole legitimate law, exercise of law, jurisdiction that the government doesn't recognize. And that's fine. To be honest, I'm kind of glad they don't recognize it. I'm kind of glad that they ignored it so that we're the ones to define it. There is nothing scarier right now for a government. The agreement that Melissa and Nadia and I think Serge was talking about it, that made the government really uneasy. You got two nations doing something that hasn't been done recently in a long time, but absolutely was done before they even arrived, and the courts recognized that we have the right to practice anything we did before they arrived. doing something completely absent government. We didn't even consult them. Imagine they're offended that they weren't consulted, but they are. They're scared and they're nervous. Canadian law does not speak to the ability of First Nations to make deals and manage things between themselves. And the government has actually just kind of isolated everybody so that they don't speak to one another. That's why I find that this network that's being created, this dialogue that's being created, the cooperation, the agreements, there is absolutely jurisdiction for making those kinds of agreements. And the government's going to be super nervous about that because they've never even recognized that that was even possible. So to me, it's a whole new area where you get to reinvent things without any government intervention or restriction.
Yeah.
It's got to be scary as hell for them.
And that's what other nations are experiencing, Jonathan, that you say you know what your original old land use plan is, implement it under your people's continuing authority. That's what the Guardians Network participants are advocating for and working on, not to do it in the future, but to do it now. Frank, did you want to talk a little of your experience? Can you do it in 2 minutes? No? And
I like how you only give him 2 minutes, Miles.
well, we're running out of time. I'm under the gun here.
So we had very similar stories, everybody else, similar to the Haida, watching all our resources being extracted, and we were sitting on the beach, fish and timber, and we basically got together as the coastal First Nations and worked hard. It takes resources to advance our nationhood. And I think one of the things that I'm most proud of is the political discipline that was exercised, because Coastal First Nations isn't a tribal council. It's an alliance of Haidas and Hilftsach, and our treaty with the Haida predates Canada. And we always had commerce and trade. And so in the modern context, we're advancing. We own the Great Bear Carbon Credit Corporation, which resources stewardship. It's the largest Indigenous owned carbon credit corporation in the world. And that 90% of that money comes to the member nations to support stewardship. We've got the Coast Opportunity Funds. It was a $120 million development fund and $60 million for stewardship to the member nations. And it was inflation proofed, so it's there in perpetuity, because it takes a lot of resources to do this guardian work. And
the Ottawa Fire Department is currently on site. They have investigated the alarm and have authorized us to return our fire system back to normal.
Is that a sign or what? But there's so many stories in here, and you know, any of you who get a chance to hear Frank Brown, Heiltsuk hereditary chief and Heiltsuk leader, hear his personal story about what he went through in his life, whereas his people are on the verge of implementing, Jonathan, like yours and Eddie's, their own constitution under their own authority that's going to take over control of their homelands like the Crees of Quebec did. There's no reason all of us shouldn't do it. It takes leadership, and that's you. Anybody else have anything to share?
Hi, right back here. Aiswa Lichwea, Chisilim Telsqui, Tilitsaquash to Alis. My name is Tim Felix. I'm from the Stateless Nation in British Columbia. And I just wanted to kind of acknowledge and comment on, you know, a lot of the good work that's going on here. The Stateless Nation's a sovereign nation who's in our first year of guardianship program. And so it's really gratifying to see, you know, a lot of the nations working towards the same goals of protection and preservation of your territory. You know, as a Stehelas member, we have a vast, pristine traditional territory, you know, that we have to look after. And I've been listening to a lot of the stories that, you know, some of the guests that were presenting. And I think we're on the right track in our nation of asserting and not asking. I love that. You know, that's what we've been have guided and directed from our elders in our territory too. You know, we took over the recreation sites in our traditional territory. We manage that. We monitor industry, you know, who come into our territory. We minimize timber harvesting in our territory. We have outposts in our traditional territory. We have signage. So all of that is a certain, and I've listened to so many of the communities that you guys come from are doing that. And, you know, it's really gratifying to see that, you know, as First Nations, we're all on the same page. Our ancestors, as Sialakwas, our elders, they guided us to do that, to look after, you know, something that they left for us, and we will look after it for many generations to come. So I'm really glad that I got to come out to, you know, witness some beautiful work here. You know, some beautiful work from the panels, you know, the presentations that we've seen. You know, it just uplifts my heart to know that we're going to get there one day as a Stehelas community with our guardianship program. You know, we have 2 people right now, myself as a guardian supervisor for Stehelas Rights and Title Department, and another gentleman who's a guardian. But we're looking to get to, you know, where a lot of your communities are. You know, we're just building on the attire, the truck, the lights, the uniforms and all of that. And along, you know, with that comes a capacity building for maybe the youth working summers. But I just really want to acknowledge and thank everybody. It's been very inspiring for me to witness the work, and, you know, it's going to really help us when I go home and bring us back to leadership. I sit on the chief and council table as an elected leader in my community, and to have a guardianship program in our community has been talked to, and it's been talked about since 2011 when I first got onto council. And now we're making that a reality. And, you know, we're looking forward to moving forward. And again, I love that word, assert, don't ask. That's, you know, that's what we do in our community too. And that's what we have to do in today's society. And, you know, Hachka Siam to everybody. Osiam.
Hachka. Assertion, not permission, was how Eddie said it. So would you all give Paul, John, and Melissa from the Cree Nation government a big hand, please, for presenting to us. And thank you all for staying and attending this session, and for each of you for doing what you're doing. Always remember, leadership matters. We're going to get there. Hawa.
Miigwech to our guests and Mr. Richardson. So our next panel, I would like to invite to speak on Guardians Voices from Coast to Coast, Amos Scott from the Northern Indigenous Stewardship Circle, Jimmy Nuna from the Innu Nation, Amberly Bakijezek from the Wakoto Wind Guardian Program, Dulcie Menes Kiriganzibi Anishinabek, and Leanna Anderson from the Seal River Watershed Alliance. Please come forward.
All right, Leanna, Amberly, Dolce. And Leanna. There we go. Bear with us just 1 second as we take over the stage. While we do that, I guess last panel, everybody. Last thing of 3 days, and then we all get to go home. And I'm gonna miss you all.
Hello.
Okay, thanks for joining us up here. Let me get started. Try to do this a little differently. I was trying to avoid being in the camera. Okay, let's get started. You guys doing ready? So I used to be a broadcaster, so we're gonna start this a little differently. Welcome everybody to the Guardians Hour. This is the No Bull radio show. And here I'm joined with my four panelists on this Guardians Hour are from across the north, are from across Canada, sorry. The idea of this last panel of 3 days is to hear from Guardians themselves, and what a great way to end 3 amazing days. I'm very honored to be hosting this last panel. So if you're wondering who the heck I am, I'm Amos Scott. I'm Clecho Dene. I'm from the Northwest Territories. As I said, I used to be a broadcaster. And then over the years, that shifted into independent film work. And that gave me an opportunity to work with ILI. And then with ILI, I got to go into some communities and film and ask questions of Guardians. And so some of the images you've seen over the last few days have been some that I've had the opportunity to take. But what it did for me was reminded me that one of the first jobs I ever wanted after spending time with my grandparents and community and my uncles and hearing about stories from the trap line was I always wanted to be a trapper. And then all these years later, I get to talk to Guardians doing their work. And it reminded me that I wanted to do land-based work. I wanted to be somebody who's involved in Guardians work. So I'm slowly shifting from the filmmaking side to working in Guardians programming. And so I am leading a project called the Northern Indigenous Stewardship Circle. It's meant to support Guardians throughout Northern Canada. So shout out to all the Northern Guardians here in the room, especially those from the Northwest Territories. We have a whole crew from the Sahtu and from the Northwest Territories in general, and a few from the Yukon, and some extras from the Yukon that I haven't seen in these spaces before. So I'm really pleased about that. And in future gatherings, hopefully there'll be a whole crew from Nunavut here too. I think Nunavut, you should know that they're also doing this type of work, and it's all important work. So that's enough about me. It's really about them. So let's get to that. We have Amberly, Dolce, Leanna, and Jimmy here, all from different places, but I love to have them introduce themselves. So I'll start with Amberly.
Ani Nimki Nagwagan-Kwe Indigenous. My spirit name is Rainbow Woman, the blessing from the Thunder People. And I go by Amberly Quackajeesic. I'm a member of Brunswick House First Nation. I live in Chapleau up north in Treaty 9. And I'm proud of who I am. And a lot of that I can attribute to finding the Guardian program and being involved. I used to think I had a unique story of being disconnected from my community and my culture. And it turns out it's not that unique. There's a lot of us out there. And it sent me down a pathway of soul searching, trying to figure out where I belong in this world when I didn't grow up around people who could teach me to be proud of who I am and where I come from. So, you know, I went away and I studied law because I believed in justice. And when I came back, I went to go to work and like something was missing. So I went back and I studied social work because I believed in working with vulnerable people and trying to help the less fortunate. And then again, like something was missing. So I started working in my community and working with youth. And it really brought out a side of me and that I loved. And I just really wanted to work and empower these youth. So I went back again and I took my Bachelor of Education and I became a teacher. So I started teaching. Still something was missing. Lucky for me, the Guardian program found me. I feel like I am proof of the fact that it can put you on the right path to find what you need and where you belong. So I feel like we hear it a lot while we've been here. What we do to the land, we do to ourselves. To me, guardianship is about like self-love. You know, when you learn to love the land, you learn to love yourself, because learning what you need, it all comes from the land. You need healthy food, you need clean water, you need medicine. And then to come and learn that all that comes from your culture and your ancestors, they knew all this all along and they were so healthy. And here we are today and we're eating like a lot of our stuff is poisoned, you know, like our things have changed. We're not healthy and neither is our land. And we all know that. So yeah, I think that guardianship taught me to care for myself as well while I was learning to care for the land. Our teachings say to only take what you need. If everyone on the planet believed that, we wouldn't have to fight this fight. I think that knowledge is power. You need to know what's going on your territory, to know what matters, and to what you have to fight for, what you have to protect. All of our programs are very different and they're very focused on what's going on our territories. And that's important and it's powerful. If I've learned anything in all of this, it's that I have a lot of unlearning to do. It's a journey and we're all in this together. And I believe that Guardian programs are the rise of our people. So I'm very honored to be here today to speak to the powerful programs that they are. So miigwech.
Thank you.
Miigwech, Amberly. Okay, I'm gonna try my best there to speak Anishinaabe Moan. Kwe kakana, dalsi mines indígena kaz, mines nadodemag, shakos nimikisque, manido ijinakazo, kitigan zibin donjaba. Ne ekedo ne mamoya wagenendam tanze ondeje Guardians gathering. Nisigi duin wabaman kakana Anishinaabe sag. Mino Anjise. So I'm going to translate that real quick. Hello, everyone. My name is Dulcie Menace. Hawthorne Berry is my clan. Little Blue Thunderbird Woman is my spirit name. I live in Kitigan-Zibi, and I say I'm grateful to be here. I love seeing all the natives here. It's a good change. So when I was younger, I would spend a lot of time walking in the back of my house alone or with my dog, you know, in case I see a bear or something. And I was just studying like the relationships that I see outside, you know, what the bugs eat, what the plants do, why is there moss on this rock and not on this side? Where can the springs be found? For school, I graduated college with a degree in movie making. And there was a lot of sports and athleticism or whatever there. A lot in my community that was being promoted, like, you know, like running, hockey, Olympics and stuff like that. I don't want to run for my career, you know. I want to do something artsy. So I decided to go in filmmaking, and I wanted to bring that back to my community, you know, to show the more artistic side and that it can be a career. But I also really like being outside. So I was trying to find a way to combine the two. And I thought maybe I can be a documentary filmmaker for my community. Because I've been hearing a lot, you know, saying protect the culture, the land needs our help, the language needs to be saved. And so when I came home, I slept outside in a tent for a good month in my parents' backyard because I just missed being close, you know, to a key. So how I became a guardian was that my dad found a job posting in the community flyer. He says, "Look, this job will be good for you. You like catching bugs and snakes? You'll be outside all day." I said, "Sign me right up there. I'll go catch those snakes and bugs, no problem." I'm basically getting paid to be native, eh? So I just want to say I appreciate how the Guardian program makes it a mandate to learn cultural practices because it solidifies the importance of Anishinaabe culture and lifestyle. Because at the end of the day, we know these lands and waters like the back of our hands. Why do you think we always say, "See, I told you, you just had to go around and like, go find out by yourself," eh? Like, because we already know these things. And when something happens, they come back with a problem like, "Oh, like, you know, I hurt my foot." And we're like, "Well, we told you shouldn't be walking down in sandals near the rocks," you know? Like, some things are just common sense, but it's only, I guess, common sense to us because we are all the same. So I guess I'll pass on. Thank you.
Danse, my name is Liana Anderson. I'm from South Indian Lake, Hopi Punapuan Cree Nation. I'm part of the Seal River Watershed Alliance. I am the third youngest child of 11. I was blessed to be born into a family where my father is a trapper and a commercial fisher. I was born and raised on the land, taken in and out of school until the age of 13. The land, the water, and all living things therein is what gives me my purpose every single day. I look at my two beautiful daughters, my two Nusisimak, my granddaughters, and I know and understand what my father and my mother fought so hard for. I come from South Indian Lake in the mid-70s. It was part of the Nelson Churchill River diversion. Our community was relocated and the livelihood of our people was devastated. I was asked to sit on this panel to, you know, be a part of it and say, why do I want to be a land guardian? I look at the devastation of our people. I look at a once thriving community. I think of my brothers, one especially who still goes out every day when it's commercial fishing season. There's no money to be had, but the ancestors speak through him and his blood memory telling him he has to be out there. There's no subsidies for him. There's no maps for him to be able to use because of what Manitoba Hydro continues to do on the Churchill River. The fluctuating water levels is taking away land masses on a regular basis. South Indian Lake itself is getting shallower and it's getting wider and bigger because of how much land has been eroded into that lake. The people in that community continue to exist. They are very proud people. They may not be making the 6 figures and even 5 figures, you know, to say that they can sustain their families, but they make me proud because every single day, every season, you hear little kids out on the land right now, like coming out of school calling geese. And I'm thinking, yes, there's our ancestors speaking to those kids. They know how to call. In the fall, you hear the kids outside calling the moose. And it continues, like, you know, I look at it and I consider myself a lifetime guardian because I was born into this. Every step that I took, every step that I watched my parents, my aunties, my uncles, my brothers, my cousins, the lives that have been lost on the land, on the waterways, to things that were so familiar to us. And all of a sudden, because of development, it changes. It takes away that recognition, but still that land calls to the people and still they go there. I still go there. I worked with the federal government for 14 years. I know what they're about. I sat in rooms where plans were made to divide and conquer us as a people. I know the policies that are made. I have that knowledge and it sickens me. I went home and I wanted to make change. But I knew that Creator and my ancestors put me on a path and put me in places where I didn't necessarily understand why I was there, where I was going. We had the pandemic. It totally upset a lot of our communities. And, for myself personally, there was so much loss, and my heart goes out to everybody in the loss that they experienced. But to me, it was a time where we, as Indigenous people, as Inuit, should have planted our feet steadily on the ground and say, no, you're not going to lock me up in my house. I'm going to the land. The land will heal me. The land healed me. It kept me safe. I lost a job because I refused to get vaccinated. I believe in our ancestors. I believed in the teachings. I believed in those medicines that my parents went out on the land and gave me as a child when I was sick. And to this day, I still believe that. With my Nusisimak, I take them out on the land. In June, I'm so excited. My granddaughter, we're taking her afterbirth. I'm continuing the ceremony that we had through my grandmothers. I'm taking her afterbirth. We're going to plant it on the largest tree in our traditional territory. She's going to be grounded. She's going to be rooted. She's going to be recognized by that land that I was born onto. And now she's going to be recognized as well. These are the traditions, and these are the lifelong tools and sacred ceremonies that we've been given already. We all intuitively are lifelong guardians. We go on the land and sometimes we're drawn there. We go there, we don't know why. But our ancestors do. They're talking to you. They're in your blood. Listen to them. They'll whisper to you and sometimes you'll have a strong pull. You are all guardians. I come from an area with the Seal River watershed. It's 50,000 square kilometers that we are looking to protect within 4 nations with the Dene and the Cree. I look around at all the plastic. If you can imagine one day not having a plastic bottle of water in front of you, welcome to the Seal River watershed. You can walk on those shores. You can take your cup and fill up your cup and drink from it and not get sick. That is what we are protecting. That's within our traditional territory. That's what keeps us going. And that's what this fight is all about. We need alliances amongst all of you to support each other. I see and I hear all the stories, the experiences. As we move forward and have land guardian programs, let's not forget you are also lifelong guardians as well. And let's not forget the people who empower us, who give us the knowledge. And as we find funding for land guardians, let's also find funding for all those resource people who are giving us that knowledge. Let's not forget them. What they do is not free. What they do is priceless because it's been passed on from generation after generation. Even the simple thing of translation, I used to get so frustrated when I was in federal government and I'd hear that people would get $500 an hour for French translation. We'd bring in one of our Cree elders, they'd be given an honorarium of $100 for translating in that day. But we have to stop that, we have to collectively talk about these things and come together. I am a lifelong guardian. I am here. I want to work with you, I share with you, and I want you to know who you are, where I come from. the family I have and the children. I do it for them. Kinaskumit now.
Hello, I guess it's my turn, eh?
Yeah.
Odin skumad no. No it to be under. No doubt how the badge we was no. I guess I'll just help translate. Thank you. You know, I'm honored to be here. You know, it was a good 3 days, and you know, it's great to be up here and you know listening to all the different guardians and all their stories. You know, such an inspiration. You know, like I said, my name is Jimmy Nuna, and I'm from Shehadjianu First Nation, and that's located in Labrador. That's like the most eastern part of Canada. And that's, I guess, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Labrador, but that's where I'm from. And I'm the lead guardian for Agami-Wabisk National Park. It's a newly formed national park in, you know, in agreement with the Innu of Labrador or Innu of Shehadjit and Parks Canada. Because I guess they came to an agreement that, you know, we'll have a co-managed national park, which would be led by Innu people. And, you know, my superintendent, Jack, you know, you know, he knew that, you know, I started in January, and I guess he knew that, you know, I was a guardian before. And, you know, like with me, I'll tell a little bit about the national park. It's 20,000 square kilometers of, you know, beautiful, you know, untouched, you know, pristine, you know, beautiful land. I like, it's beautiful. You guys got to see it. So as a guardian, you know, I started back in the early 2000s. I can't exactly remember what year, because back in those days in my early 20s is a bit blurry, to be honest with you. Because, you know, I was a young man and trying to have a good time. And, you know, I got a job with the Innu Nation as a forest guardian. You know, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into, but, you know, it just excited me to be out on the land, you know, working, just, you know, getting out there, getting to discover or, you know, learn new things. And, you know, it was, you know, it was a great time. And I had a forester from BC. He's, you know, he was a white guy. So he was our supervisor, and he was with us for a couple of years. And then, you know, he said, you know, I got to tag out, I got to list somebody in. And he was telling me some of the people that, you know, applied for a job. And I guess Valerie Courtois, you know, she applied for a job, and my boss told me, you know, there's this Innu lady from, you know, Quebec. And I said, and then she applied for the job. I said, don't hire her because she's Innu, and she's, just because she's Innu and she's a forester. I said, I want to make sure that, you know, you're going to get somebody, you know, who knows what they're doing. And he told me, yeah, she knows, you know. She said, we sent her a couple of, you know, ArcGIS tests, and she, you know, did them no problem. And then Valerie came on, and, you know, and yeah, so, and then I worked under Valerie for a few years, and, you know, she was great. You know, we would travel together, and we'd go out to conferences, and there was nothing like this, like, you know, a room full of guardians. It was, and I remember her telling me, you know, we got this plan, you know, we want to do like a big national guardian program. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, right, okay. And I keep looking over here and seeing her, and, you know, with admiration, you know. And she was, to me, you know, she's a real inspiration, you know, and, you know, a real inspiration. And, you know, I'm like, wow, you know, this lady was my boss, and I was real happy, you know, to get to know Valerie. And then, you know, we went our separate ways. I think she went her separate way, and I went my separate way. And, you know, I can't remember exactly how many years I worked as a guardian, but one of the things that that one of the questions was, what does it mean to be a guardian? And I thought about that, and to me, it gives me purpose. It gives me purpose in my community. And when I think about purpose, I think about the other people in my community, who are lost, and it makes me sad to see other people in my community that don't feel like they have a purpose. And it's sad, the situations that we are, I'm sure it's everywhere, battling with addiction and everything, and it gives me a sense of purpose, and every time like that we make plans, and I'm thinking in my head, how do we involve our youth, to how can we get our youth involved in to come along and come out onto the land with us, eh? And and I guess that's it's my purpose is to to teach our our future generations to come out on the land with us, give them a sense of purpose, give them a sense of identity, because it's not just life on the res, eh? And we got to get our kids out on the land. I for myself experienced what it was like growing up on the res. I was raised by my grandparents, but when I was younger, they would be drinking, and I would see a lot of stuff. But and as they got older, they slowly quit their their ways, and then they started taking me out on the land. And that was like one of the best memories that I can, when I look back with my grandparents. It's like my grandparents taking me out on the land, and we'd be in the tent, and it's nighttime, and you can hear the fire crackling. We were all lying down, and they'd be telling us stories about the Wolverine, Guaguajo, how cunning he was, and how he would steal from the people, Innu people. The Innu people didn't like the Wolverine because back then he was known to steal people's caches when they would store food away. That's one of my fondest memories, growing up. And as I got older, I got into addiction, and and then what there'll be times when I go out on the land, and all the anxiousness, all the negativity, and all the all that weight just simply disappears once you go out on the land. And that's that's the thing that I want for our youth to experience, that our life is not all about the res. They got to go back out on the land and get all that weight off us, and feel grounded, and I practice my culture, and it's what a feeling. I remember a couple years ago, me and my friends went goose hunting, and all I could think about was bring back my friends in one piece, because this place that we were in, it was like a fast moving current. So it was springtime, and there's ice flowing down, and we got like a little 12-foot boat motor, and we travel down the river, and we go to our blinds and go goose hunting, and then go back up to the cabin. And all I could think about was I got to bring back my my friends back in one piece to their home. And after we were done, we got our geese, driving home, what a sense of relief. Felt really grounded, and it's amazing, being out on the land can do for you. Then, I remember another time is, sometimes I remember that this trip was planned for us to go out on the land and to go paddling with an elder, Elizabeth Panashwe, like down the Churchill River for the whole week. And, I was binging, and the ride up to the river was like 5 hours. And I was like anxious, hungover, and I couldn't sleep. My heart was racing. And then, once we got to where we had to drop the canoes off, and then load our canoes, and all that anxiousness and all that, that negativity again, once I put that paddle down on the water, it felt like, that hungoverness, anxiousness, just disappeared. Yeah, so I guess I must be rambling now. So, I just want to say and reiterate that, it's, we need to spend, more time out on the land, and it's, that's where, our answers are, right? Out on the land. Yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Also, just to acknowledge and appreciate and thank you for sharing those types of stories. I think it's important that we get to share those types of stories amongst ourselves. That's part of the healing process. That's part of us recognizing the power of the land and healing. I just wanted to ask, do you both, Amberly and Dulce, consider yourself youth?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, good. Didn't want to offend you. As youth then, and you hear I'm at the cross section of no longer being a youth and somewhere in the mentorship space, not quite an elder yet, definitely not there. But as you hear Jimmy and Leanna talk about their experiences and their land experiences, what does that make you think about the work that you do, and how does that influence maybe your thinking around your work as guardians? Go ahead.
Okay. I immediately think about how when I grew up, I didn't really have role models or anybody I wanted to be like. But now I do. I want to be somebody who knows the land. I want to be, out on the land all the time. You tell all these stories, like I am growing my connection and I'm finding myself. But I know that being a part of the Guardian program, I have a whole new whack of friends. I hang out with different people now. Through our program, we have like women's ceremonies and drumming circles and all these things. So now I'm around people that I want to be like, and people that, like now when I think of my future, I have goals on who I want to become. And so I think that guardianship surrounds you with people who you want to be like, people that are going to teach you how to make your ancestors proud. So that's what I want to be able to do for the youth, is to surround them by people that they should want to be like, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's I've had the opportunity to be around Guardians work a little bit in the last few years, and it's really beautiful how young people how a community of all ages start to gather around that program. And for someone like you who hasn't had a lot of opportunity to be with your people in that way, it's such a blessing in a way. Dulce.
I just want to say, wait, what was the question again? Being a youth and
well, just tell us a little bit more about your program, your territory, and some of the land-based work that's happening there.
Oh, okay. So my territory, well, you're in it right now there, Ottawa. You're on, yeah, we're part of the Ottawa River. So we go like, pretty far, let's say, I'll just give like name towns. So as far as, let's say, North Bay area, Amos area, and as far east as Mont-Laurier area, and as far south as obviously Ottawa and a little bit past the river. We've had some projects as butternut planting, which was a species that was in very much decline in our community. There was so much butternut that we have a street called Paganakuman Mikan, which just means butternut road, because there used to be so much. So what we're trying to do is plant seedlings, because I think honestly, the old trees, they're too old, so they're not healthy. They got cankers on them, and plus just the environment. Hello, okay. So yeah, we've been planting some saplings that are healthy ones that we got from near here. And yeah, it's been 2 years so far, and they seem to be growing, and I hope they grow big and tall, that they can fruit, so we can use the seeds that come from it for food, and also for dyeing on like leather or whatever, because it's very it stains your hands very easily. And then what else did you say?
All right, we'll bring it back to you later then.
Okay, okay.
Leanna, you mentioned you had a video, but also the Seal River Initiative. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, the Seal River watershed is a watershed 50,000 square kilometers, the size of Nova Scotia. It's the last pristine river in Manitoba that does not have any kind of development on it whatsoever. It does not have hydro development, no mining. There's no all year round roads. There's no forestry, there's no pipelines, there's nothing. It's a river shed, literally, like I had said, like, you know, you can go and you can drink right from the river and you don't get sick. There's no other greater thing than that. Like, where else can you find that? It's a territory that's shared between the Dene and the Cree. It has 4 member First Nation communities, the Saisi Dene, the Northlands, the Barren Lands, and Opiponapuyan, all share that traditional territory within the communities. They're all collectively came together to protect the Seal River itself. We're currently working on an Indigenous protected and conserved area, the IPCA for it. We're currently going through community consultations. And one of the things that I found personally in talking to our members in Opiponapuyan Cree Nation, a lot of them are scared of the process. They say, is IPCA like with the province going to set up provincial parks and tell us what we can or can't do? Are they going to tell us like it's going to be like a trap line area where if you don't use it for 3 years, it's going to be reallocated? Is like, you know, and they also have fears with like, you know, with national parks as well. And but we're talking about is our natural laws. We're going to use our natural laws and looking at establishing the IPCA. And that's how we're moving forward. And but the most important thing is that our people understand, because our people have been hit up by so many different forms of what government says they're going to be this day and that day, and even the different names for us. Like, you know, we've gone from, like for myself, from a half-breed, like Métis, half-breed, First Nations, now we're Indigenous. Like, you know, it's all these different terminologies and all these different processes that are consistently being thrown at our people. And, you know, with the ability to be able to make a decision, it often comes from being able to have enough information in front of you to be able to do that. So right now within the Seal River watershed, what we're doing is within the 4 member First Nation communities that are part of the Seal River Watershed Alliance, we're now going and consulting with our community members. And we're letting them ask all these questions and letting them know that it's okay. Like, you know, no question is a stupid question. You know, if you're thinking about it, guaranteed somebody else is as well. So we're providing information back to them in regards to what the Seal River watershed is wanting to do and where we're wanting to go, and looking at the potential of the last pristine river in Manitoba. You know, that is holy, that is sacred, that is something, once it's lost, it's gone. And, you know, for all Manitobans, for all people, you know, the surrounding provinces, like, you know, that's something that, like, you know, that's all of our fight. You know, just as we have many other fights within many other territories and First Nations, like, you know, strength is in numbers. Like, you know, it's, you know, we talk about, Val had mentioned, like, you know, about land needs guardians, you know, look at those things, go and fill them. You know, you're one person, you're one number, but that one number adds to the total in supporting something. And for us with the Seal River, we need your support. You know, we have the Seal River Watershed Alliance has its sealriverwatershed.ca. Go on there and you can support, what we're trying to do in the sense of having the IPCA established in our territories.
Mhm.
And that's, in a nutshell, that's what we're doing.
Okay, thank you for that. Jimmy, Leanna talked a little bit about people not trusting the word IPCA or not trusting. There's a colonial, we fear the colonial language, and rightfully so, but the Innu Nation, as I understand it, has approached that relationship with around parks in particular areas a little differently. What can you tell us about your work and how that relationship exists?
So where do I start? So, I guess my people, the Innu people of Sheshatshiu, we've been nomadic people up to the 60s. And then, the church came and said, if you guys, keep going out on the land, we want you to stay in the community. We want you to go to church. If you go out on the land, we're going to, cut off your, what is it called? Child tax benefit or whatever. We're going to cut the money off. And, they basically forced, people, to stay out on the land. And then, well, I guess it was, and then, we were thrown into, having to deal with government. And, we got a long standing history with, fighting, for our rights in our communities. I remember when I was a little boy, 5, 6 years old, we would go across the bay and, they said, the caribou is dwindling. We don't want you guys to go hunting caribou. Our people went and hunted the caribou, and they would fly in with choppers, and they were trying to get to the caribou. But I remember standing with my grandmother and a bunch of other people, and standing in front, and like making a barricade, and then they couldn't get access to our caribou, and then they turned back, and then they went on. And as I got older, maybe I was 9, but 1989 around there. They were doing low-level flying in our territory and dropping bombs on out into the country, in our homeland, and we protested against NATO. And so every time we had like a dispute, we go out and fight. And even with the forestry, they would start cutting deeper and deeper into our territory, and then our people made blockades. And when they made the blockades, and then we stopped, and then the government sat down and listened, and then started to listening. And then that's how the Forest Guardian program started. They said, we want our people on the ground too. And I was part of that. We go out on the land, do surveys and do transects, and we get our GPSs and, develop cut blocks for them so they don't, pardon my French, so they don't, annihilate the land. Because before we stopped them, all the government did to the fellow bunchers is, just handed them this place. Okay, go get your wood, and go get what you want. And then once we stepped in, and then we had to designate, areas for them to cut, right? So basically, I guess we had to, fight the government for them to take us, that seriously. Yeah. So yeah, and and we had good leaders, and we still have good leaders today. And this big kudos to those, like I mentioned to the guys when me and Jack accepted the award, and those guys came up in my mind. I'm like, we got to remember those guys too, because they're the ones that started, the fight with the government, and for us to get recognized. So, I guess the government knows that if we we come to if we come to a disagreement, they'll know that if we don't get what is rightfully ours, we'll go out and stand up. And I guess and then they'll have to sit down with us, and then talk about how to do like the national park, like how do we how do we do that, right? So with the, I guess for the national park, I guess it was, you know, Innu Nation and Parks Canada, you know, they said the way it is that there's a CMB, a co-management board. So there's 2 Innu Nation members and 2 members from the Parks Canada. And 4 of them agreed on a chair. So that's how, you know, we're moving forward and managing the park. So
Co-management.
yeah, co-management, yes.
Yeah. So for me, it's interesting that, you know, it's been the progression of fights, and we've heard about nationhood, and then it's the evolution of us getting to a point where we have our own management, and now in an area where we're negotiating agreements that are based on natural law, your own indigenous laws. I think that's pretty cool. For somebody who went to law school, what do you think about something like that?
Well, not law school, just the BA. So it's like the equivalent of an English degree or whatever. But when I learned through like all of these things and these processes and these systems that were designed to oppress and take away, and then I read books and I learn about our history, and it makes me angry, you know. And then I get to do this work, and then it, you know, it feeds my spirit. So it's happy to be a part of it.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean that. Dolce, there's something about, I remember back in the day, Jimmy and I think we're about the same age. So he's an OG Guardian. But when I was younger, I had I still do, it still comes up. But when you hear about these injustices, there is that anger. Do you find that that comes up for you?
Yep, I'm a very angry person, like I'm on the inside there. But you know, I just try to laugh it off, and well, not laugh it off there, but you know, keep subsided, because if you're too angry, then you get lost in your anger, right? So yeah, so I just have to like manage and like know when to fight and know when not to. Yeah.
And as younger people on the panel today, what has it been about Guardian's work that helps you find a way through that?
Well, like what everyone said and what we all know is, you know, being out on the land, it really does help release that stress that you feel, that like anger and that everything, because you know, like it's sounding like a lot when you hear on the news or whatever, all this stuff going on. It's very overwhelming, but we have to know that we have to like take a stance and take a chance and do small things that we can do locally to make it better. Because I forget who said, but like someone said something that it might just be one, but all that, you know, if you keep adding 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 there, you get a bunch, and that, you know, that's the way that it goes. So I think yeah, that being on the land like really helps you stress relief. And if we all did that, then I think we would all be a little less stressed, you know, and then we can all kind of like understand each other better and collaborate more.
Okay, thanks for that. Realize we only have a few minutes left. I told you this would go quickly. So let me try to bring this to a wrap-up point. And rather than just like, hey, what do you think will happen in the future? What has inspired you to the future? Let's try a different exercise. Let's pretend for you two, you're old grannies now. And for us, we got great grandchildren running around, maybe great grandchildren running around. And we've witnessed this work for now many years, and this whole country is different as a result of it. So we're in a future state, we're in futurism. If you can think that far ahead or vision that far ahead, what are some of your hopes in those times for your people specifically?
That we are going to be on top. It's going to be a different management style. And I'm going to sit here and people say that, I'd be like, see, I've been saying that since I was young, that we would be on the top, that we be the rulers, that we be saying, you know, what's going on. There you go. I know it's going to happen there. I already have a feeling there it's going to happen. I bet you. Remember all of this right now? 20 years from now, I'll say the same thing there.
Okay, who else is ready for this?
Namuhom. But then Namuhom Lodge Mitchell, not monetic. That's what I want to hear. And like down the road as a grandpa, great grandpa, grandfather, come on, come over, come eat some caribou. That's what I want to hear.
Yes, I love it. All right, you guys ready, Leanna?
For myself, it would be, when we look at the Seal River, that we can go there and that's where people will be coming to get their fresh water to be able to drink.
You're up.
I picture, like, when I hear Valerie talk about, like, when you're around her, she knows everybody. And she's like, people introduce themselves. I'm from here. You probably don't know. Oh, but you always know people and where they're from and about like a little bit about everything. And I think that is so important. I keep meaning to ask you, like, is there a course I can take to like, to better educate myself about the land? I see like our people like being a part of community again and like sharing food and working together and like not being socially awkward, and like relational, very, very like connected together, I see a lot of love and I don't know, I think everybody's gonna want to be native, like that. That's
They're already starting.
Traditional ecological knowledge is like, it's gonna be regarded as so important and respected. And that's what I believe.
Thank you all. It's been an honor to talk to all four of you today, to be on stage with to share this stage with you, to have this opportunity to share this time with everybody in the room the past 3 days. For those on Facebook doing the streaming thing, we wish you were here. Thank you for spending all the time listening to all the speaks, all the talking over the last few days. And for everybody else in the room, and I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say this, it's been inspiring to hear you all speak of your land, the importance it is to who you are as people, to your community. And as I look at all these round tables with all these beautiful brown faces representing their nations, you just like, you gotta almost see the ancestors are there in the middle of the tables with you, right? And so that's, I think, what brings this beautiful energy to what you share in the work you do. So I appreciate it. I'm honored to share some of that story with everybody, and keep up the good work. We all need it. Masicho.
Miigwech.
Like I said, that was the Noble Radio Hour. Thank you, everybody, for listening to the last panel of the Guardians Gathering. It's been a pleasure.
So miigwech to our guests. So before we conclude our gathering, before we officially go back to our lands, I'd like to invite Valerie Courtois for final words, and it will be followed by our closing prayer with our elder Annie.
Thanks, everyone. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Jimmy. I don't know, Jimmy, he just learned about this a couple weeks ago when I was traveling, and I traveled to the foot of the Akamiapishk Mountains National Park. And I said, Jimmy, do you know how much you inspired me in this work? He was the first guardian I met when I moved to Labrador over 20 years ago. And And I saw how much becoming a guardian meant to him. And I also saw, Jimmy, how much it meant to your grandmother, Cadnan, for you to be a guardian and how proud she was of the work that you did. And I thought, wow, if this could happen to Jimmy, imagine what it could happen if every community in this country was able to have a guardian program. And wow, here we are. So Chinishkmin, Jimmy, and the rest of the Innu Guardians for teaching me so young about the importance of this work. And I carry that every day with me when I'm in the halls of parliament or in other places, advocating and supporting and doing what we can to really catalyze this movement. Now, not just in Labrador, not just in what is now known as Canada, but around the world. So thank you. I'd love to invite up my friend and colleague, Shauna Morgan. It is, of course, this kind of event, this kind of movement, it's impossible to do alone. And the ILI and the brand new Indigenous, First Nations Indigenous Guardians Network is really, a National Guardians Network is really a team effort. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge some of those names. And I've been running around trying to make sure that I don't forget anybody. There's a guarantee that I'm going to forget someone. Don't take that personally. It's just been a long 3 days. And I wanted to do that with my friend and colleague, Shauna. Much of the funding for this event has come from the First Nations National Guardians Network through Environment and Climate Change Canada, as well as the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and all of our financial partners. So first, thank you for that. It's what allowed us to have a quarter of the Guardians community here in this room. So thank you. Mélanie Vincent, who just snuck out, I think, because she's got to catch a flight. Thank you for being a really, really great master ceremonies. And Mélanie, I call her because, and I always call her at the last minute, and I know how good she is, so I almost like don't prepare her enough. And then she's chasing after me, fixing up the agenda that of course has changed 1,000 times since I sent it to her. So merci Mélanie, merci à ta famille de te permettre d'être avec nous et d'avoir pris le temps de voyager de Wendake et de passer, de nous guider à travers de l'agenda. Merci beaucoup. I want to recognize the ILI leadership team for your guidance and for your love and support. This is such a privilege to be amongst giants in doing this work. And you have all seen some of those giants here in this room. And I'm not exaggerating, you are absolute giants. And I'm inspired every day working with you. Gladiasila, Kaji Kilslai Gajisting. I've been practicing, Miles. David Flood, Bob Overvold, the Honorable Ethel Blond and Andrew, Norma, but also Bev Sellers and Dave Porter, who couldn't be here with us today. Thank you. To the ILI team, who they were up till 2 in the morning, sometimes texting. I don't know if y'all use Slack, like the Slack channels have been going crazy, fixing all the problems, doing everything. Carol Kavanagh, Linda Dwyer for making sure that this Guardians gathering was rooted in the Anishinaabe practices, in the Anishinaabe ceremonies, both beginning and end. Linda, I love you. I've known you for over 20 years. You are awesome. And Carol, for those of you who don't know, Carol is our Director of Administration. She is the true engine behind the ILI. We could not do what we do without her. Eden Toth, Lana Collins, Lana who made all the beautiful, I don't know if you noticed like how fancy everything's tied up on the bags and everything. Lana was like a machine, making sure that everything was organized. Thank you. Janae Lacko for making sure that everybody online and our social media channels are following along and these messages are leaving this room and reaching the rest of the country and the rest of the globe. Emily Cousins, our Director of Communication, Jordan Melograno, who's been taking pictures, headshots, everything. Jennifer Brunet, our head of our storytelling project, as well as, of course, Kathy Wilkinson, Steve Kalik, Gretchen Turl, Michael Scott, all of our allies that are here with us today and team members for the ILI. Melody Morrison for preparing that amazing tribute to Dave Porter yesterday. How awesome was that? Our event planners, Carolyn, Karen, Shannon, thank you from the Hutter Cochrane group. You've done such amazing work. I don't know if you guys have seen them around. They're kind of lurking in the back, and then they're always in there. I don't know if you've seen, there's like a war room upstairs. That's where they are. They've done everything from get oxygen tanks to make sure you all arrived here safe and sound, and that you're going to be able to get back home safe to your families. Thank you. Annie, for opening us in the right way and making sure that we're also going to close in the right way in ceremony, making sure that we're okay. The drummers, Rayanne, that water ceremony. Wow. The Algonquins have been incredible hosts, and we really thank you for that. Chief Dylan White Duck, thank you for honoring us with your presence and making sure that we followed protocol. It was an honor to have you here. The hotel staff, manager Lori, the cooks, the wait staff, thank you for keeping us well fed. I don't know about you, but I thought the food was fantastic this whole week. To the audio visual team in the back who've done everything from preparing the presentations and making sure most of them ran smoothly. All of the videos, the live stream, everything, it's been wonderful. The interpreters, I know, and I want to apologize for speaking very quickly. It's part of my charm. But I hope that that you've been able to capture everything. Thank you. It's such hard work. I've done that before. Thank you. To the musicians, the Twin Flames and the Hallucination for helping us celebrate. The Twin Flames have been good personal friends of mine for a number of years. We actually spent time on a ship together with Students on Ice, and I've been following their careers, and they're genuine rock stars. There's no one I know who tours more than the Twin Flames, and so it was really just so lucky that they were here in town to be able to do that. And the Hallucination, come on. That was awesome. The presenters and moderators, it is such hard work to be up here. I know, these are bright lights. It's a big audience, and, we had to wrangle people and make sure the conversation flowed. Thank you for doing that. The leaders who graced us with your presence, we know how much pressure there is on you for carrying us and leading us in this way, and for you to take the time to be here in this room, despite all of the things that come at you. We are so grateful. Thank you. Your Excellency and His Excellency for coming with us, gracing us with your presence, despite the fact that you had just come from the coronation. And I can only imagine, I actually traveled to London. It's exhausting. And I don't know if you know this, but she actually spent twice the amount of time that she had promised she would be with us because she enjoyed you all so much. So thank you, Minister Guilbeault. Merci beaucoup pour ta présence. And finally, I just want to note and thank each and every one of you and your families for allowing you to be here with us in this room. It is because of you that we're able to do this. And it is because of you that we will achieve our goal of every First Nation, Métis community, and Inuit community in this country having a Guardians program and therefore being able to assert your nationhood. Shinish Kuminan.
She always does this to me. She surprises me. I was just going to do some housekeeping, but I'm just going to be very quick because I know you might have a flight to catch. And I just want to say thank you all for your sacrifice. I know how much effort it takes. You know, I work with Rodney and he just talks about like, you know, yes, it's hard on our staff because they have to go, they have to stay overnight in different places. And I'm sure it's the same for you guys. You have to travel far to care for your lands because your lands are so great and wide. But just Chimigwich from the bottom of my heart. Just my housekeeping, I just want to remind you, if you haven't already nominated your favorite guardian, or if you haven't nominated yourself yet, there should still be forms on the tables. Just fill them out and leave them on the tables. We'll come around and pick them up. And two more things. I wanted to remind you, you got a nice blue survey card when you came in. And just to make the announcement, take the survey and be entered to win a card for $500. And those cards will be available as you're exiting the doors. And then if you don't get a card, just email me at hello.nationalguardiansnetwork. That's nationalguardiansnetwork.ca. And we will email you the survey. And one final thing is, you know, we can't give you enough for everything you do, but we wanted to give you a little gift. So we're giving you each a Land Needs Guardian patch for your uniforms. So Chimigwich, Nashi Mitanao, Masicho, Hawa. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Merci.
So with that, I'd like to invite Annie to close us off in the right way and wish you all safe journeys home. We love you.
Koy manawaj. Koy. Minawaptosig. Igichuk jam min wena baba kakinawi agusujmo minawaj. You know, I'm Robert here. You may just sit down because I'm not gonna ready yet. I mean, this is a Colcom here. Colcom's privilege. She's gonna say a few words first, maybe 2 hours long. I'm standing beside Rivera, my husband. We've been 51 years together, walked together.
Tough guy.
He empowered me and he helped me for 51 years when I was a young girl, when we got married. And he really encouraged me in following the culture. And he also walks in the Algonquin culture with me. We stand close together in harmony for 51 years, hard times, dark times, rocky times, all times. And we're still standing here strong in front of you. You know, they're talking about 30, 40 years of the Mother Earth. Really? Do we have 30 years to go? 50 years to go? The elders that I listen to and the teachers, they're gone in the spirit world. He said, if we don't care for our land earlier, we'll be in trouble. But I am happy that what we have now, and with all of you working together and bringing and keeping what we have, our medicines, our waters, the earth, and all the lakes and everything for mankind, human, and for all the four-leggeds, all the ones that we speak for. I'm happy that we are doing something. We're standing to be able to keep what we have now that's so precious to us. Everybody's looking towards going to Mars. There's only one person I would want to see up. There are a couple of people, two. But I don't really want to say their names. But really, some people want to go to Mars. And I met scientists. I walk with the scientists, right? We walk with the scientists. And everybody says, Annie, what are we going to find in Mars? I said, rock, red sand, probably a little bit of minerals, not too much, really nothing. And guess what they came back with? What I told them. So, you know, this is Jojo Eki is the one that we have, the only one, Mother Earth, what we are on there now. And there's nothing that's going to replace it if we don't start more to communicate. We not fight. We don't fight. We stand together. We address it in a good way, but in a strong way. We walk together in strength. We speak together, not only for the future generations, but the ones that cannot speak. Species, the four-leggeds, the birds, the fish. We speak for them too, because the Creator has given us that voice. The crawlers, all of those creatures, all our relatives that make this beautiful garden for us every year so we could eat. The cleaners of the water that clean the waters. The grandfathers, the stones, the rocks that clean the water. We speak for them too, not only our future generation, but the ones that cannot speak. One thing, when I was growing up, I was taught a lot of things about nature and how to keep nature, how to take care of nature. We are not stewards. Please, don't say that. Steward is colonized to me. Maybe I'm wrong. We are given by the Creator, my understanding from the elders, that we must take care of the land. That's our duty. The Anishinaabe duty is to take care of where we live, of our territories. We must start to replant trees that are original to the land. We must pick up medicines and also replant our medicines original to each territory. We must be able to keep the original flowers like the milkweed and bring it back so the bees will come back and make honey and pollinize. If there's no bees, we die. If there's no water, we're gone. Everything will dry up. You hear from the south that the waters drying up, lakes are drying up. The world is changing, and we have to now adjust to it. We have to live with what we have, and we have to try to keep of what we have. And you know, in Maniwaki, in one lake, they have tiny jellyfish that adapted to our environment. Jellyfish. That's from the ocean. We have them, what you call them, the tiger mussels coming this way and adjusting to our climate. We've got insects that are mating, like the ladybug. The red one is going, the yellow is coming in, taking over. And there's the Japanese bugs that are coming on here. They don't belong here. They could damage our plantations. And you know, these is all important. We must bring back our own insects too. Everything we have, the bears pollinate. Even the bears. Everything, the birds, the bears, the squirrels, and all of that. We have around here, we need birch bark trees. We need white pine. We need spruce to be planted. We need also other like the butternut. The butternut, you could come at home, there's a lot. And if you want seeds, plant them, please. You see a little tree that's newborn, take it and care for it and give it to someone who needs it so that they can plant it, not just chuck it out. Because if we do those clear cuts, why do our deer have so many ticks? It's because there's no more bushes to clean it like a brush. Every day we get up and we brush our hair. That's how they brush their fur, is going through the twigs and the branches, you see? And now they're caught with ticks and the moose, and now they're getting sick. So, you know, one thing too, my father used to be angry. Not angry, but he used to kind of didn't like it, is stop feeding our birds. Now, big companies might not like it, but selling seeds that are probably pesticide have on them, you know, and we feed them to the birds. And the birds will get sick because the birds, we were told by the elders, the birds know what to do and what to eat. Even in the winter times, you say, oh, the poor little birds, they don't have nothing to eat. They know what to do to be able to have the proper vitamins, you see. I know the big companies might not like it because there's a big money in there. But we must stop feeding the wild animals because they will also in return give us back what they're eating. This does not come from me. This is taught to me that one day I will be speaking about this to everyone. And I'm glad that we are all here to be able to work together for Mother Earth. To be able to work and to be able to help and to be able to bring back the natural resources in your territories. And the young people, encourage them. get them off their little computers and have a nice time with you. And nothing more than a child being wanting to know more in all of the nature. Start young with them, and they will be able to help, and they'll be our future helpers. So I want to acknowledge and I want to thank you all for your hard work. I'd love to be out there, but this koken will be flopping all over the place because she's unbalanced. But you know, we're getting old.
You're not getting there.
That's, he reminds me, I'm not getting there. I'm there. Every day he says, you're not getting old, you're old.
Enjoy it.
You know, in me, in my mind, I still think I'm a little bit younger, you know, but the body don't follow, you see. But I'm very happy and honored to be here, to be able to do this closing and also to take part in your event and to do the opening and stay with a part with you during the day and also with the evening I had on Tuesday. It, you know, before we close, he has to put his 2 cents in him.
I want to thank people to do what you're doing. When I was younger, I was a fishing guide and hunting guide, and I've worked in government as well in policies and whatnot, and so on later on in life. And but I was always dreaming of having a group like this, a population of people like you in Canada to steer up what is happening right now. You know, when Annie talked about the plants and so on, when we cut a pine, we plant a pine. When you cut a birch bark, a birch, we plant a birch. A Japanese garden is very nice, but it has no business in Canada. Sorry, because it brings too many bugs and too many different species. We have to think that way. Rethink the way we do with nature to bring it back the way it was, not the way it was imposed.
As we could close and we stand. I would like you to, as we close this session, I only could think of the West in fire. Really a sad moment for people that have to move out of their communities, lose everything of what they have. But not only that, sad, the little animals, the little birds that are nesting and that do not leave their little ones, they burn with them. The four-leggeds, the bears, and all of those, they got 2 tiny bears to be able to transport out of these fires. They burn with the little ones. A population of our animals die with these big fires, especially in spring. And this is a season where all the little ones are coming into the world, the little creatures, and they are going, they're burning. So not only the people are suffering, all animals who we speak for here. So as we close, I want you to send good energy to the West so they can have rain and for not all every humankind, but all species. For that's what we're here for. Miigwech, Kichimanido. Miigwech on Jeko Kina Kikiaton or Janino. Chikshe miigwech, Oje Jesus, if be Jesus, my God. Ikaya gochni kushak. Ishishak. Now I got it. Esisak. Yigonsak. Mitukak. Kakina goch kigiatono janinoed. Chikshami gwach. Mijum. Chikshami gwach. Ojek kinao yago sajmanokam. Dagiweda. Angwamasek. Negwechiman. Miigwech. As I thank the Creator for the sun that rises today and still shines upon us, the beautiful day out there, the moon and the stars and the four-leggeds. I thank the Creator for the four-leggeds and the bird life and all the fish that we have yet. Miigwech. For the foods that we eat and the medicines that we have. Miigwech for that. And for all the new vegetation. I pray for the little animals and the people out west who are suffering today. Ask the Creator to help to bring a fort rain so that they'll be able to put out that fires out there so that nature will be okay. I thank the Creator for everything that we have this day. With my husband, me, and all of you here. Miigwech. Miigwech for everything we have. I ask the Creator to guide you home safely to the north, the east, the south, the west, to be able to be with your families, your spouses, your husband, your wives, your children, your grandchildren, and give them big hugs. Love them. Love everyone around you as what the creation has made. I ask the Creator to help us and to have pity on us and to guide us in good way in what we are doing and to give us that physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual strength. Even if you think that you're angry and that you are not sure, keep going and show the children what they must do and the youth so that they will get out of the problems they have today and bring them into the forest. It's only our culture and our ways that will help the youth that are in problems there now and bring them into the circle and open your arms to them. Open to the arms to everyone that wants to come into your circle to help, because we all, humankind and all species, is at risk. But I ask, we're all in it together, and I ask the Creator to help us to have a good heart and to open up our heart. Miigwech, have safe travels, and as we would say, Robert,
Negwabaman.
Negawabaman, Manawach. That means we will greet again. Have a safe trip home. Majashin, Kukina. Majashin.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.